Good morning, everyone. We are going to go ahead and get started. We're waiting on just Senator Harris will be joining us once she gets her link. This is loud, isn't this? This is a little loud, so I'm going to sit back right now until we can get that echo fixed. But with that, good morning. I want to welcome everyone to the first interim committee on Judiciary, the first one for our interim season. Members who are joining virtually, actually, so everyone knows, we have members joining virtually, we have members in Carson City, and of course, we have members here in Las Vegas. Those that are virtual, please make sure that you turn your microphone off when you're not speaking, and also make sure that you have your camera on so that we're always aware that we're maintaining quorum. I would also like to note that today, Assemblywoman Gonzalez will not be here. Instead, Assemblywoman LaRue Hatch is covering for her, and she's up there in Carson City. With that, Ms. Jacobson, will you please call the roll?
Senator Harris. Is she not on? She's not on yet?
Not yet, but
okay,
please mark her present when she does, yes.
Okay. Senator Krasner.
Here.
Senator Scheibel.
Here.
Assemblywoman Gallant.
Here.
Assemblywoman LaRue Hatch.
Here.
Assemblywoman Marzola. Assemblyman Gray. And Chair Miller.
Here. And I believe that Senator Harris is on now.
I am. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We still don't see you, though.
Give me just 1 second. I'll get that set up. Change my name as well.
Thank you. And with that, thank you for that, Ms. Jacobson. We will go ahead and get started. First thing I'd like to do is just start with brief introductions so that you know everyone that will be on the committee. Again, this is a joint committee between the Assembly and the Senate. So first, I would like everyone, when I call your name, just tell us your district and how long you've been on Judiciary or your experience with this committee. I'd like to start with Vice Chair Scheibel.
All right, thank you. I'm Melanie Scheibel. I represent Senate District 9. I've been in office since 2018 and served on the Judiciary Committee all the last 3 sessions and interims.
Thank you. Next, we have Senator Krasner.
Good morning, everyone. It's wonderful to be here. I'm Senator Lisa Krasner. I was first elected to the Assembly in 2016. I served on the Judiciary Committee in the 2017 session, 2019 session, 2021 session. I was elected as a state senator by the people of Nevada in 2022, and I served on the Judiciary Committee also in the 2023 legislative session. So I'm very happy to be here and see all of you as well. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Senator Harris.
Good morning. I'm Senator Dallas Harris. I represent District 11, and I have been serving on the Senate Judiciary Committee since I first joined the legislature in my first session, which was 2019. Glad to be with you all.
Thank you. Next is Assemblyman Gray.
Good morning. Ken Gray, Assembly District 39. I joined Judiciary in my first session in 2023. Glad to be back.
Thank you, Assemblyman. Assemblywoman Gallant.
Good morning. Danielle Gallant, District 23. I was elected in 2023, and this is my first year in Judiciary. Thank you.
Assemblywoman Marzola.
Assemblywoman Elaine Marzola, representing Assembly District 21. I was first elected in 2020, served my first session 2021. I have been in the Judiciary Committee since 2021 and have served in the Interim Committee as well.
Thank you for that. And I'm Brittany Miller. I chair Assembly Judiciary. I represent Assembly District 5. I was first elected in 2016. I served on Judiciary in the 2017 session, the 2019 session. I took a sabbatical and went to Ways and Means, and then I came back for this last session. And this is actually my first interim on Judiciary. And so with that, I also would like to introduce our Legislative Council Bureau staff who will be assisting with our interim. And again, just like members, we have staff that will be in Carson City, staff that will be down here in Las Vegas, and staff that will be virtual as well. So first we have Diane Thornton, that everyone knows from the Research Division. We also have Patrick Guinan. They will be serving as our committee policy analyst. They help with background information and research on the issues that come before the committee. We also have Carly Okrent, who is also here with us, and Michael Vietz from the Legal Division, who serve as legal counsel. Nancy Morris from the Financial Analyst Division, who will be serving as our fiscal analyst. Jen Jacobson, our committee secretary, also from the Research Division and in Carson City right now. And of course, we have our staff from broadcasting and production that make all of this possible as well. A few housekeeping issues before we begin. A few housekeeping issues before we get going is, one is I mentioned that Assemblywoman LaRue Hatch was covering for Assemblywoman Gonzalez, but forgot to give you an opportunity to introduce yourself. So Assemblywoman.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. I am Selena LaRue Hatch. I represent Assembly District 25 up here in the north, and I served on Judiciary last session, and I'm very happy to be here this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for covering as well. As you all know, not everyone can always make every meeting, so it's important to have members that are able to jump in and support us in that way. A few housekeeping issues. Again, well, I shouldn't say again, today's the first day, but so you know, this does run a little different than when we're in regular session. So agenda items can be taken out of order as they're listed. 2 or more agenda items may be combined, and an item may be removed from the agenda, or discussion of an item on this agenda may be delayed at any time. In fact, today we are already changing the agenda, so the order of the agenda, we're just moving agenda item 8. So the order of the agenda will be agenda item 5, agenda item 8, then agenda item 6, 7, 9, and so on. Meeting materials can be accessed on the committee's webpage located on the Nevada Legislature's website, which we refer to as NELIS. There's a lot of materials for today's presentation, so you definitely want to access them online. I would also like to say that when you see members looking at their screens the whole time, members are also accessing all of the materials as well, because we don't have paper copies up here. So please don't take it that people are not engaged or paying attention. They're actually listening and researching. You can also sign up for electronic notifications related to our committee's activities on the legislature's websites. For those joining or tuning in for the first interim committee, again, it does run a little different. So that everyone knows, we do not have a lawmaking capacity right now in the interim, so we're not actually making laws, passing laws, hearing bills, and such. This is more of an inquiry type of, that's what the interim is about inquiry and studying and researching possible issues to determine what types of issues we would like to move forward in the regular session. So with that, you'll see that even the presentations and such, members will have a lot of questions because the last day of interim is about deciding, and we as members vote on which bills we would like to move forward as committee bills. So those who are just joining and paying attention to their first interim committee, when you see interim bills, or I'm sorry, committee bills that happen during regular session, That's how those committee bills were developed. We also ask, because members will have a lot of questions, and we only have 6 meetings scheduled, just so you know, that meetings typically last all day when we're in interim. We also ask presenters to really try to stick to 15-minute presentations, and that would include even if you're presenting as in a group presentation, to make sure that members have time for questions. We will have public comment in interim. We have public comment twice. We have it at the beginning of the meeting and at the end. Again, we ask anyone making public comment to keep their comments to 2 minutes. You may make public comment in different ways. You can call in. The number is 1-888-475-4499. When prompted, enter the meeting ID 858-3178-4833, then press pound. Broadcast and production services will indicate when it is your turn to speak. You may also provide written comments. You can email those to judinterim@lcb.state.nv.us. Again, that will be on the agenda, or mail them to Research Division at 401 South Carson Street, Carson City, Nevada, 89701. Members, we will take a 30-minute lunch break sometime this morning, hopefully by 12:30, because people just start getting a little too hungry after that point. So please make sure, and also in Carson City, that those arrangements that you've put your order in. Finally, with that, I just want to remind everyone participating to please turn off anything that's going to make any type of electronic noise with alerts or rings or anything like that. And with that, we will move on to public comment. So first, I would like to, the public comment will have a maximum, if necessary, of 30 minutes this morning, because again, we will have public comment again at the end of today's meeting. Again, anyone making public comment, please make sure that you state and spell your name clearly for the record, and that we ask that you keep it to 2 minutes. LCB staff, Ms. Diane Thornton, will be keeping time, so she'll give you a little notification if we hit that mark. With that, I would like to welcome first anyone here in Las Vegas that would like to approach to make public comment. Not seeing anyone. Is there anyone there in Carson City that would like to make public comment? Not seeing anyone approach in Carson
Chair,
City.
there are people coming up.
Oh, there are. Okay, thank you. So we'll go to Carson City first. Also, broadcasting, please open the line so that people can dial in. And with that, whoever would like to start in Carson City, please proceed.
Hey, good morning, Chair Miller. Oh, my name is Ben Strawn, spelled B-E-N. Jamin, last name Strahan. Hey, good morning, Chair Miller, Vice Chair Scheibel, and members of the committee. My name is Ben, and I have been a professional wildland firefighter for the last 23 years. Over these last 23 years, I have been on almost every catastrophic wildfire in the West and have witnessed the complete annihilation of our forests, land resources, and communities. I have lost friends to fire, and unfortunately I've lost many brothers and sisters to suicide. A recent study found that wildland firefighters reported rates of anxiety, depression, PTSD, and suicidal ideations at rates to 2 to 10 times that of the general population. The Firefighter Behavioral Health Alliance found that firefighters are more likely to die by suicide than in the line of duty. An organization known as Grassroots Wildland Firefighters conducted a survey that found over 60% of partners and spouses reported their wildland firefighters had been impacted by an incident at work that resulted in mental health challenges. In a survey regarding barriers to recruitment and retention, over 78% of wildland firefighters said they suffered from mental health issues they attributed to the stresses of fighting fire. Only a third of respondents felt they could seek mental health care during fire season. Alone in my home on November 2020, after one of the most destructive wildfire seasons in the West, I found myself sitting on the edge of my bed with a loaded gun in my hand. The impending guilt I felt for just existing became too much. When I put the gun to my head, and it did not go off after pulling the trigger, I realized there was a bigger plan for me. I needed help, and the current health system was failing me. Fears of being on lifelong medication and years of therapy led me to seek out psilocybin treatment in Mexico. It alleviated my thoughts of suicide and started my healing process. I stand here now in support of the policy reform around psychedelic medicine for widely accepted legalization access, especially for our first responders in need of non-addictive, profound treatment for mental health. I thank you for this opportunity, and I thank you deeply for your time today.
Thank you so much for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Gehrig Tucker, Gehrigtucker. Good morning, Chair Miller, Vice Chair Scheibel, and members of the committee. I'd like to thank Senator Wynn for spearheading legislation on this issue and the legislature for their support of the working group. My name is Gehrig Tucker, and I would like to offer a personal testimony in support of policy reform around psychedelic medicine. The archetype of many members of the military and first responders is that of the warrior servant. Men and women who would willingly expose themselves to danger day in and day out for their fellow human, and all with a smile on their face, knowing they are serving. During my time in the military, this was something that made me feel like I was understood for the first time in my life, because it seemed like a lot of people were just like me. It is a beautiful aspect of these types of people. However, there is always a catch. These warrior servants will go to the ends of the world for others, but when it comes to ourselves, accepting help and extending even the slightest amount of compassion inward is often met with guilt or even shame. That was my case. In 2017, a friend and I started a cancer foundation, and we walked 1,000 miles to fundraise. 750 miles in, we were contacted to help a boy from Carson City who had brain cancer, and of course we gladly accepted. Right before we got back, he died, and all the promises we made him never came to fruition. I buried so much hate, anger, guilt, and shame because I could not face it. I could continue story after story, but the theme remains the same. I want to serve others, and in the process, I go through difficult experiences, and I then internalize that negative emotion. I never thought of myself as a friend or showed myself a shred of compassion or grace. I would extend it to the infinite degree for those I hold close to my heart, but never myself. My mind and soul was degrading, and in January of last year, I had an unplanned meeting with suicide. I had the good fortune of having a tribe of family and friends who were always there for me. Unfortunately, even after attempting all modern treatments that I could get access to, none helped give my mind and soul reprieve from the grips that shame and guilt had on me. My back was against the wall, and I knew my time on earth was limited if I didn't heal these mental and spiritual infections. On August 25th, I did MDMA for the first time in my life, and for the first time in my life, I felt compassion and love for myself. Instantly, I went from my brain hinting towards suicide every single minute of the day to loving myself, and thus loving those around me. Being free from those negative emotions allowed me to be the best version of myself, not just for me, but also for society. This legislation has the opportunity to save the lives of those warrior servants who protect us, and yet are also the most likely demographic to fall victim to suicide from injuries occurred on the job. Widely accepted legalized access is crucial to preserving this community. Education in this new realm of society is paramount, and if we truly love our veterans and first responders like we say we do, this is a great opportunity to showcase that. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your story as well. Next speaker, please.
My name is Monte Ramage, Monte Ramage. Good morning, Chair Miller, Vice Chair Scheibel, and members of the committee. I would like to thank Senator Wynn for her hard work to pioneer legislation on this issue. I would humbly like to offer a personal testimony in support of policy reform around psychedelic medicine. Born and raised in Reno, I was a typical and healthy kid, promising future, varsity athlete, honor student. However, upon entering college, I became ensnared in a culture dominated by drug and alcohol use. I succumbed to a vicious cycle of drug and alcohol addiction and clinical depression that lasted for over 4 years, severely damaging my physical and mental health. My struggles with addiction and depression intensified after graduating UNR after a shoulder surgery in March of 2022, where I became addicted to prescribed oxycodone. I became despondent and teetered on the brink of suicide. During this time, I engaged in talk therapy but denied the use of psychiatric medications due to concerns about side effects and dependency, seeking instead a solution that targeted the root of my issues, not just the symptoms. And in my desperation, I turned to psilocybin as an alternate therapeutic modality. It wasn't a magic bullet, but it did indeed become an integral component of my journey to recovery. Through its careful and intentional use, I was able to unearth the underlying dynamics of my depression and addiction. Psilocybin enabled the spiritual awakening, allowing me to reconcile with my past, ascribe meaning to my suffering, and deepen my connection with God. I've now been clean from opiates, marijuana, alcohol, cocaine, and nicotine for over 1.5 years. This medicine is a remarkably effective and powerful tool when used responsibly and with proper guidance. In closing, I serve as a living testament to the remarkable healing capabilities of psilocybin. My story symbolizes the extensive potential for recovery and personal development from responsible psilocybin use. I implore the committee to consider the immense impact that access to psilocybin could have on individuals facing comparable struggles. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing. With that, we'll take a couple calls on, couple people on the line first before coming back here to Las Vegas. Broadcasting, is there anyone on the line?
Thank you, Chair. If you would like to participate in public comment, please press *9 now to take your place in the queue.
Hello. Thank you, Chair and committee members. This is Nick Shepak, S-H-E-P-A-C-K. I am the State Deputy Director of the Fines and Fees Justice Center. We just want to welcome everybody back. We're looking forward to a productive and informative interim session. I want to just let everyone know that Fines and Fees Justice Center submitted a public comment in detail of items we hope that you will consider this session. It includes fines and fees, of course, the cost of incarceration in Nevada jails, follow up on AB 116, traffic decrim, and follow up on some of the other legislation that was passed last session. I won't take up any more of your time today since you have access to this document. Welcome back, and we look forward to working with you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next caller.
Chair, you have no more callers wishing to participate at this time.
Okay, thank you. Then we'll return here to Las Vegas for public comment.
Good morning. My name is Gerald Mays, Geraldmays. Thank you, Chair and committee members. In 2002, I graduated high school, and 5 days later, I was on the yellow footprints of MCRD Camp Pendleton to become a United States Marine. 10 short months later, I was placed in rounds down range in Iraq. It's been 21 years since that, and I'm still suffering from those impacts of war on my then young mind. I have struggled mightily navigating these impacts on my life throughout the years, dealing with suicidal thoughts, as that was just the tip of the iceberg. It wasn't until a recommendation to try psilocybin after a low point in my life, and I have to say it has been life-altering. I feel like I have gotten my life back and can be present in my family and my community. As a member and on behalf of the over 200,000 veterans in our state, I'm asking for legal avenues for our veterans to return back to a sense of normalcy and to give them their lives back. We owe them that for their sacrifices. I believe this legislation is the correct avenue to begin this process, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else here in Las Vegas that would like to make comment? Not seeing anyone, we will move back up to Carson City. Please proceed.
My name is Douglas Christopher Orton. That's Douglas Christopherorton. Good morning, Chair Miller, Vice Chair Scheibel, and members of the committee. I'd like to thank Senator Nagayan for her hard work on an issue very close to my heart. I'd like to thank the legislature as well for their support of the working group. I'm here to offer my personal testimony in vehement support of policy reform around and in favor of psychedelic medicine. For over 40 years, I've navigated the murky waters of mental and emotional health challenges. Traditional treatments have provided limited relief, no relief at all, or at times even made things dramatically worse. In all of those experiences, the journey was arduous. It wasn't until I explored the realm of psychedelic medicine that I experienced a profound shift in my well-being. These substances, when used responsibly and under proper training and guidance, have the potential to alleviate the grip of conditions like, but not limited to, depression, anxiety, and post-traumatic stress disorder. The transformative power of psychedelic-assisted therapy became evident as I began my deep dive research into psychedelic medicine. I am forever grateful to have grown up in a relatively conservative religious home, never took any illicit drug, never drank alcohol, never smoked a cigarette. But because of this, it was a difficult decision to finally embark on a therapeutic journey. When under the guidance of experienced and loving experts, I was blessed to confront deep-seated issues, gaining insights which had eluded me for years. The empathetic and introspective nature of these experiences allowed me to reframe my perspectives and therefore my life, fostering healing in ways I couldn't have previously imagined. The effect of psychedelic medicine on my life is beyond words or description. The best I can say is I am now someone who can live my life in alignment with my personal values. I make mistakes, I still have struggles like all of us, but I now have the ability to be emotionally and psychologically flexible, where before I was trapped in rote trigger and response scenarios, creating misery for those around me, including my loved ones, and definitely for myself. I'm eternally grateful for the miracle of psychedelic medicine. I know if it is treated with the respect it deserves, it can do so much more than the modern pharmacological industry is able to do without it. It's essential to destigmatize psychedelic medicine, and this happens from talking about it. Open dialogue promotes education, dispels misconceptions, fostering a more informed and accepting society. With careful deregulation and a commitment to ethical practices, we can harness the benefits of psychedelic medicine to improve the lives of countless individuals grappling with mental health challenges. In conclusion, I urge this committee to consider the transformative potential of psychedelic medicine. By championing thoughtful policy reform, we have an opportunity to redefine mental health treatment, offering hope and healing to those who need it most. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Chair Miller, members of the committee. Tanya Brown, TONJABROWN, Advocates for the Inmates and the Innocents. Want to discuss agenda item 4, discussion for possible topics to be addressed at future meetings, and we hope that you will consider what we are asking of you today. We would like to see the law changed from the, for those who have been convicted of a crime to life without the possibility from 18 to 25, but 21 would be good. We'd also like to see change in life sentences to life with the possibility of parole if the person was convicted of a crime but did not participate in the actual death. We would also like to put a life sentence on those who have the possibility of parole from a minimum of 10 years to a maximum of 20 years. We have people in prison who've been in for 30, 40, 50 years. And they are not the same person. And if the male brain doesn't mature and develop until around the age of 25, we are sentencing these individuals for crimes that we believe they should not be in as long for. I mean, if we're going to convict them and send them in, then we should go by what the guideline of the medical professionals and this research and study shows. So let's keep it under 25. That would be great. Also, guardianship is another issue, especially with the recent Hilligus and Hanty case. And also the Pardons Board, I will bring that up under the second public comment. And then I believe Anne Marie Grant may be on the phone to call in because there's something else that she's got some information I think you would be interested in hearing. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Is there anyone else in Carson City wishing to make public comment? Okay, I don't see anyone else approaching. So broadcasting will go back to the lines. Please open them up.
Thank you, Chair. Again, if you would like to participate in public comment, please press *9 now to take your place in the queue.
Good morning, Anne Marie Grant, advocate for the inmates and the innocent. I just want to echo my colleague Ms. Brown's request for some discussion on emerging adult sentencing. I'd like to mention that the Supreme Court of Massachusetts just ruled it unconstitutional to sentence minors to life without parole. And I'd also like to see some discussion of oversight of the county jails in the state of Nevada, because currently there is absolutely zero oversight of the county jails, and that's totally ridiculous. As many of you know, my brother was killed at the Washoe County Jail, hogtied and asphyxiated to death. So I'd like to see some discussion on that. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Next caller.
Chair, you have no more callers wishing to participate at this time.
Okay, thank you. So not seeing anyone else down here as well approach, we will go ahead and close public comment. We will move on to our next agenda item, which is 3, an overview of the committee's duties and responsibilities. We have Ms. Diane Thornton, Chief Principal Policy Analyst with the Research Division from LCB. She will be presenting on this item. So Ms. Thornton, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. Again, my name is Diane Thornton, and I am the Chief Principal Policy Analyst with the Research Division of the LCB, and I'll be serving as your Committee Policy Analyst this interim. In your meeting material, you'll find the committee brief on the Joint Interim Standing Committee on Judiciary. This brief provides background information and also summarizes the major issues related to this committee. It also includes pertinent information on membership, possible meeting dates, anticipated meeting topics, and also relevant reports and studies. As you know, the jurisdiction of this committee is wide-ranging, and it includes everything from cannabis to civil procedure, corrections, crimes and punishments, gaming, guardianship, and even property rights. So last interim, this committee focused on certain topics, including corrections, domestic violence and sexual assault, fines and fees, human trafficking, juvenile justice, housing, indigent defense, and traffic laws and public safety. This interim, there are some mandated activities from the passage of last session. That includes Senate Bill 35, which was passed during the 2023 legislative session. This requires the committee to conduct an interim study concerning certain matters relating to forensic laboratories, and today's agenda will be addressing this topic. Additionally, there are bills that were passed that require various entities to submit reports to this committee, and all of these reports are listed in the brief. Also listed are statutory mandated reports from the executive branch that are required to be submitted. So if any of the committee members are interested in reviewing any of these reports, please feel free to reach out to me. As you may be aware, this committee must conclude its work on by August 31st, 2024, and the Legislative Commission is allocated up to 6 meetings for this committee. In addition, the committee may request up to 15 bill drafts, 5 of which must relate to juvenile justice. The final meeting, as the chair had mentioned earlier, will contain a work session for members to vote on the bill draft request to be sent to the 2025 legislature to consider. And then finally, the brief contains a list of our committee staff and their contact information, and we are available to assist the committee and its members on any issues related to the matters before this committee. In addition, the employees of the Research Division are available to provide information and assistance on a confidential basis to individual members of the legislature on any topic. Thank you, Chair. That concludes my committee overview.
Thank you for that, Ms. Thornton. Members, are there any questions? Okay, not seeing any questions, we will go ahead and move on to the next agenda item, which is discussion of possible topics to be addressed at future meetings. First, I want to remind members again that at any time, please go ahead and email either Vice Chair Scheibel or myself with any topics that you would like us to consider to put on the agenda. Again, as Ms. Thornton said, there's a number of items that we are mandated to address, but we will try to fit in whatever else we can within our allotted times. The issues that are currently under consideration will include juvenile justice, updates from corrections, fines and fees, updates from the Department of Indigent Defense Services, housing, human trafficking, and an update on SB 104, which is civil infractions, driver's license suspensions. With that, the next thing I would like to do is to appoint Vice Chair Scheibel as the point person to discuss the implementation of SB 307 from the 2023 session, which relates to solitary confinement. Vice Chair Scheibel, do you accept?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Thank you. I would also like to mention, and we will have a presentation with that at a future meeting. And so if you're wondering what a point person is, Vice Chair Scheibel will be working with the working group to help with that transition into implementation. Also, future dates that we so far have reserved for upcoming meetings are February 23rd, April 26th, May 31st, July 26th, and August 30th. There may be a June meeting, we're not sure yet. Also, I'll have you take note that right now on Nellis, it says that the February 23rd meeting will start at 10 a.m. We can almost guarantee it will not start at 10 a.m. It will start earlier. We just like to give you a little time to sleep in on the first one, but most likely, because as I said, these meetings can go all day, past 5 o'clock even. So plan on more of an 8:30 a.m. or 9 a.m. start. With that, Vice Chair, do you have anything you'd like to add?
Just a few brief remarks, if you don't mind. Thank you, everybody, for taking the time to be here. And I did want to follow up on the SB 307 conversation. Like Chair said, we will have some further conversations, and we will be continuing to address that this year. For those who don't still have numbers memorized, like I didn't, I had to look it back up. SB 307 is the bill that we implemented in the last session to require the Nevada Department of Corrections to phase out their solitary confinement policies and implement new policies that are safer and more humane. That is a long process, and so the purpose of the working group is to provide a little bit of oversight, frankly, to make sure that those changes are being implemented in a timely fashion, and that we reach the complete implementation before the next session. So I'm happy to head that up, and we will keep all of you posted on any meetings and any updates. We'll also be bringing updates directly to this committee on what is happening with the implementation of SB 307. I also want to thank everybody who's already reached out to me about future topics. I see some of them in the public comment, the written public comments, and we appreciate that and look forward to working with all of you this year.
Thank you for that. And also, I don't mean to misspeak and call it a working group. It will just be working with stakeholders. So thank you for that. With that, we're ready to move on to our next agenda item 5, which is a presentation concerning services provided to persons affected by domestic violence, sexual abuse, and human trafficking. We have Ms. Liz Ortenberger, the Chief Executive Officer from SafeNest, who is approaching, and so we'll give you a minute to get settled in. Again, I don't want to remind every single presenter, but we'd like to keep the presentation to 15 minutes so that we have time for members' questions. And with that, Ms. Ortenberger, please proceed when you are ready.
Thank you. Do I pull the agenda? Okay. Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to present today. And just a shout out and thank you to all the veterans that are in the room. I heard in public comment we had quite a few, and thank you for your service. This is a presentation about an opportunity that we have as a state, that we have in place now, but we are not executing it well. First, a little bit about SafeNest. We are a large domestic and sexual violence agency. We serve over 25,000 clients a year, over 146,000 different services. We have 89 full-time staff, and we're in 11 to 65 locations, depending on how much outreach we are doing. I want to thank this committee and the legislature as a whole for the passages of the strangulation bills that we had last going around, as well as the change in the arrest window and the training updates that were all passed. So what is domestic violence? We tend to think of domestic violence in the state of Nevada as sitting separately from sex or human trafficking and sexual violence. But in reality, these things are very linked. 80% of domestic violence overlaps with sexual assault and overlaps with human trafficking because the trafficker is a Romeo or family pimp. And in sexual assault, most sexual assault is perpetrated by a friend or family member or known acquaintance. The profile of domestic violence in Nevada. So 68% of our perpetrators of domestic violence are male, 32% are female, and these stats come from the Nevada Crime Report. So we tend to think of domestic violence as a purely female survivor, but we have 32% of women being arrested for domestic violence as well. The age group is between 18 and 54, with the largest age group being 25 to 34. Our breakdown is 58% white, 35% black, and 4% Asian. Male perpetrators tend to struggle with alcoholism. In fact, 70% of male perpetrators also abuse alcohol. They have anger at a partner, they feel they have a right to control, and they also do this in self-defense. Female perpetrators also use self-defense, uncontrolled anger, provocation of the partner, and retaliation for jealousy and anger. This data all comes from meta-analysis peer-reviewed data. Domestic violence perpetrators are heavily linked to mass shootings. 68.2% of all mass shootings start in domestic violence. They are also linked to cop killers. 80% of all cop killers have a known domestic violence incident on their record. In child abuse, in homes where child abuse is happening, 93% of the time, so is domestic violence. When we look at the profile of a domestic violence survivor, 70% are female and 30% are male. Same age breakdown as perpetrators, and pretty much the same racial breakdown as perpetrators. By way of note, the Nevada crime stats do not keep an ethnicity, so we do not have Latino or non-Latino numbers. Female victims were generally victims in child abuse and are economically dependent. In fact, low-income women are 5 times more likely to be victims of abuse. They have a lack of social support, fear for their lives, but 66% will return, and of that 66%, 97% of them will return more than once, and every time a victim returns, the risk goes up. Male victims feel shame, they're less likely to identify the abuse. Female perpetrators generally use the legal system as a method of abuse, because we're slanted and biased to believe, right, that it's female victim. So they say, I will call the police on you. I will use the court system against you. And that was in a pretty stunning report that came out just 2 years ago. Male victims stay to protect the kids, and they do fall victim of the bias. This is how domestic violence breaks down in the stats for Nevada. Last year, we had 29,000 police-involved incidents with domestic violence. Now, that is not the number of 911 calls. In Clark County, for example, we had 100,000 domestic violence 911 calls. But 29% of the time, the police described it upon arriving on the scene as a domestic violence incident for the entire state. There were 14,000 arrests on scene. There's a number of arrests that also happen on warrant, but that data is not kept in publicly viewable databases. And of those 14,000 arrests, 13,000 court cases and rulings were made. Now, a little note on that. We don't know what those rulings were. That was a bill that did not pass last legislative session. This is as far as the data goes, and we've met with the chief administrator of the courts to find out, can we get a segmentation of rulings happening in the domestic violence space? And that appears impossible at this point in time. So what about the children? So we have 14,000 children on the scenes of domestic violence last year. 76% will repeat the cycle of domestic violence as survivor or as abuser. So when folks ask me, why does it feel so bad here? This is the snowball, right? This is every year. And these are only the kids that were noticed on scene when police arrested. That doesn't count the other percentages where there was a domestic violence 911 call and no action was taken. So when we put this all together, we have at minimum 40,000 people a year in our state that are being directly affected by domestic violence. And we have a batterers intervention program. And this comes up every time I talk about domestic violence. Do batterers intervention programs work? Is it worth it? Are we making somebody go to 26 weeks? Is it too much? There's no data. And all of that is true. But the meta-analysis in the space for domestic violence abuser programs prove that they do work, but they have very important elements of that program that we are not enforcing here in the state. There has to be an adherence to an evidence-based curriculum. There are really 5 evidence-based curriculums that are used, but in Nevada, we say on our application, and I will say SafeNest is a provider of batterers intervention programming. All we're asked for on our application is what evidence-based program are we used. It is never audited as to whether we're using that, and there's no pre and post data that is collected by the state to know if our programs are making a difference. Independently, SafeNest collects its own data. To my knowledge, we are the only program in the state that collects pre and post data on our clients in our batterers intervention program. Intervention programs that include the risk-need responsivity framework, and this is commonly known in incarcerated individuals, but it's also a phenomenal therapeutic tool for people who are struggling. We have to understand what the risk is for that domestic violence perpetrator. Is it alcoholism? Is it financial insecurity? Is it childhood abuse? Or all, right? Without knowing the risks, a provider cannot have the appropriate need and responsivity framework to make that batterers intervention program as successful as possible. There has to be a partner, an ex-partner support program alongside. As I told you, 66% are going back. That number could probably vary and be higher or lower, but 66%, yet none of our batterers treatment programs require a partner program alongside. And it is the #1 most requested element of batterers treatment programming by survivors. Because when your abuser changes and stops using abuse, oftentimes our survivors don't know how to react. You're not talking to me, you're walking away, you're taking a quiet moment. I am now angry because I feel like I'm being ignored as the survivor. When we can incorporate programs for survivors and children alongside that abusive partner, we have the opportunity to create a safe household. Adjacent substance abuse program is absolutely necessary. And post-intervention support. So after graduating from the 26 weeks, couples counseling, family counseling, and children's therapy are incredibly important, and the data shows incredibly helpful to stopping these cycles of abuse. So when we look to the next legislative session to reforms on the Nevada's code, what we're looking to is let's create a committee around the treatment program, because when we all have, unfortunately, another mass shooting, and we stand up and we say, we need more mental health support, how tragic would it be if it's one of the 13,000 cases in which a treatment plan was provided and we didn't do our very best? So a committee to oversee these programs and audit these programs, a robust certification program that is dynamic. These programs have to be required to, at minimum, pre, mid, and post data on the abusers in the program. The facilitator training right now is done very ad hoc. The facilitator training for this needs to be done by an accredited university, and we've partnered strongly with UNR. UNR is doing a phenomenal program with domestic violence advocacy training. They could also do this for clinical facilitator training in the batterer space. Incorporate the risk-need responsivity framework. Hold judges, and not really just judges, all of us working in this space accountable for supporting folks that are using abuse through this program and holding them accountable to completing these programs. And a partner ex-partner program alongside batterers treatment programs. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And you actually had some time to spare. Very impressive, Ms. Ortenberger. With that, members, are there any questions? Okay. Vice Chair Scheibel?
Thank you so much for this presentation. I thought it was really interesting that you mentioned that SafeNest does keep some of its own pre and post data and other, you don't know of other organizations that do. And I'm wondering if that is something that, because I know that you've worked on this issue across, for many years and in many different arenas. So is that something that other states do better or other jurisdictions do better? They have like a government agency that collects and analyzes the pre and post data?
Yes, and we could be the leaders in the nation of how to actually do this. We're small enough as a state that the data would not be overwhelming, but having a repository and then allowing AI loose on the data that's scrubbed of identifying information to understand trends. We could really lead the space in the country with this data, but also on the micro level, it should be material for a judge to know that someone's coming out of these programs more abusive. And I'll share, we had a client 2 years ago that on his pre and post showed that unfortunately he was an outlier. The program did not help him. And what appeared to be he developed a substance abuse issue along the way while he was in the 26-week program. He was more abusive by all of the stats after the program. I have no mechanism to give that information to the judge. And quite frankly, the judge has no mechanism to do anything with it, right? And so under my confidentiality rules, I can't even let his survivor partner, whom they were still together, know. This program was not successful for him. Our recommendation is a substance abuse program alongside this program. There's no opportunity for that.
So what would it take to become that leader? I'm guessing it would take money and a policy change?
Yes, so my recommendation is that we start charging the folks, including myself, that are doing these batterers intervention programs. We should be paying an annual fee that will help cover some of the cost. And then, yes, working with behavioral health, creating a database to drop this data in. If we all use the same, there's a domestic violence inventory tool. If we all use the same tool, putting the data into the database becomes pretty much it's a computer thing, right? They can speak to each other. And then we can use that data to evaluate program effectiveness across the landscape of who's providing this. But then also judges should be able to react to the information coming out of these programs when someone doesn't complete or completes with a score that shows there hasn't been a rehabilitation. We also need to change the code so that we can communicate with survivors regarding their abuser.
Makes sense to me. Thank you.
I don't see. Assemblywoman Gallant?
Hi, thank you. So I used to serve on the Safe House board, and I recall that we actually, as a board, there was a huge expense for a data that the state ran where we had to report. Do you recall something like that? And would it be possible to utilize that system in this case?
So there's an annual form that we fill out for behavioral health as providers where the expense would be having a trained facilitator do it. There's a level of some code that person needs to have. I don't know if it's some kind of license that person needs to have to fill out that data for the state. So it's possible that Safe House was paying a facilitator to do that information. But to date, the state does not charge for any kind of fee in this space to be licensed to do the work.
Okay, not seeing any other questions. We will go ahead and move on to the next item. Thank you for that.
Thank you very much.
Again, just want to remind folks that we are moving some of the agenda items right now. So we are actually moving to agenda item 8, which is a presentation on drug testing performed by public health programs. We have Professor Carla Wagner, Dr. Carla Wagner from UNR School of Public Health, and she is on Zoom and will present the PowerPoint presentation there. So Dr. Wagner, whenever you are ready, please proceed.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Okay, let me make sure this works. Okay, you see my slides?
Yes, we can.
Okay, super. All right, so good morning, Chair Miller, Vice Chair Scheibel, and members of the committee. Thanks so much for the invitation to speak today, and also thanks to Diane Thornton and Broadcast Services for making it possible for me to join the meeting this way. I am a professor of public health at the School of Public Health at the University of Nevada, Reno, and I've been asked to give this presentation as a brief overview of the emerging public health strategy of providing drug testing for public health purposes. Later today, you're going to hear from forensic labs and crime labs about how they test drugs for forensic purposes. They're going to give you a much more nuanced understanding of how the actual testing works. They are the experts in the lab. What I'm here today to talk about is how we use drug checking and drug testing aligned with principles and practices of public health to improve public health outcomes for people who use drugs. So imagine that you are a person who is living with a nut allergy. You've had this allergy for your whole life. You know how it affects you. The symptoms used to be mild. You'd get tingling in your hands or in your throat, maybe break out in hives. But as you've gotten older and you've been exposed more, you've noticed that the ongoing exposure that you used to tolerate has resulted in more severe reactions. The last time you ate nuts, you experienced difficulty breathing and swelling of your tongue and throat, and you required medical intervention. You now carry an EpiPen in case you experience that severe anaphylaxis again, so that you or someone who's with you can administer that medicine to you in case you're accidentally exposed. So obviously, given these changes, you're trying to make safer choices about the food you consume so that you don't trigger the effects of that allergy. You're at the store buying a bag of pretzels. You're trying to choose between these two bags. You know they're pretzels, and probably either one is fine. Until you turn the bag over and you take a closer look at the ingredients list. The one on the left has a warning label that tells you that it was made in a facility that may use peanuts. There's no nuts in the ingredient list, but the information on this warning label suggests to you that the pretzels in this bag may have inadvertently come into contact with peanuts through cross-contamination at the facility. Given your sensitivity and the seriousness of the symptoms, you choose the pretzels on the right. Same scenario, but this time you're at an afternoon barbecue and you're deciding between two drinks. One that contains 20% alcohol by volume, made out of Captain Jack's spiced rum, and one that contains 2.4% alcohol by volume, the Radler on the right. You have lots of work to do this afternoon, and while you want to have a drink, you need to keep your wits about you. So you choose the Radler with 2.4% ABV, which is clearly labeled as such, so that you can make the safer choice for yourself. So you see where I'm going with this, right? The illicit drug market is unregulated. We don't have an ingredient list to tell us if there are potential contaminants in the drugs that people are using. We also don't have information about the potency of the desired ingredients that are in the drugs. People who use drugs are trying to make choices to stay safe, but they don't have all the information that consumers of alcohol or other regulated products like pretzels have at their disposal. If you're lucky, the drugs have some sort of color or image or a stamp that can be used to identify which dealer that they come from. But often even that's not the case. The research that my team is doing at UNR with people who use drugs suggests that people are doing all kinds of things to try to keep themselves safe in this completely unregulated environment. That includes buying from trusted sources, but often those sources are disrupted when somebody is arrested and incarcerated. It also includes using sensory cues, like looking at the color of a drug or the texture or the smell to see if you can identify contaminants like fentanyl in the drugs. But you can imagine all the problems that result from that and how inconsistent and unreliable those methods are. So this is where public health drug checking comes in. There's a range of drug checking technology that can be used to provide various levels of information about what's in people's drugs. And on this slide, you just see a few examples, and moving from left to right, increasing cost, time, complexity, and information that's provided by these different technologies. These technologies have been around for decades, and they're in use in many other settings, including in the criminal legal system, like crime labs. But it's being repurposed for use in community settings to inform community health and public health priorities. On the left, you see an example of fentanyl test strips, which were originally created for use in urine drug screens, but now they're more widely available so that people can test their drugs for the presence of fentanyl. Test strips provide a qualitative test result indicating the presence or absence of just the drug they're testing for. So this is an example of a fentanyl test strip, but we also have test strips for xylazine and benzodiazepines. And reagents, the next slide, are similar in the way they work. Because test strips and reagents can only tell you about the presence or absence of the drugs they're designed to test for, programs are increasingly looking towards other technologies like spectrometers. So as you move right on the slide, spectrometers analyze the molecular structure and composition of substances and can provide a unique fingerprint of the substance. So the device on the far right is a liquid or gas chromatography mass spectrometer. That's the most sophisticated. That's what you're going to hear about later from the labs. The chromatography part separates the substance into its component parts, and then the spectrometer identifies the components. So imagine that you have one of those pretzels. It's going to pull it apart into the flour and the salt and the nuts, and then it's going to tell you how much of each of those components is in the substance. So you can see how these different technologies answer different questions. On the left, you can ask the question, does this substance have fentanyl in it? And you're going to get a yes or no answer. On the right, you can ask the question, what is in this bag of powder? And you're going to get an answer that tells you what the various components are and how much of them are present. Okay. So how does this work? Depending on the type of technology you're using, you have options, but there are trade-offs as you're making these decisions. Test strips, which we now have for fentanyl, benzodiazepines, and xylazine, can be basically used anywhere by anyone. You dissolve a little bit of the drug in water, you dip the strip, and you wait for the results. It kind of works like a COVID test. They're low cost, but they don't give you any information about any other drugs or contaminants that's in the substance, only a positive or negative for the thing you're testing for. They also can't tell you how much fentanyl is in there. Is this a pill that's made out of fentanyl? Or is this a pill that was made in the same place that was processing fentanyl and therefore has a little bit of fentanyl that was introduced through cross-contamination, like those pretzels? On the other end of the spectrum is the mass spectrometer, which can tell you a lot more information about content and purity, but it's much more expensive and it needs to have the infrastructure and the specialized personnel to run it. This is what you get when you use fentanyl test strip. So just like a COVID test, but backwards in terms of reading it. You expose the paper strip to the solution and you wait for red lines to appear. In this case, 2 lines equals negative for fentanyl and 1 line equals positive for fentanyl. So opposite of the way you would read your COVID test. And you can see these can be done in a clinic, in a harm reduction setting. These can be done in the field. I've been with people who've done these like by the river. This is what you get from a mass spectrometer. It's a lot more detail. It shows you what's in the substance and how much of it, and it can distinguish between fillers and cut and the actual drugs of concern. When a drug checking program is functioning, they can provide that kind of detailed analysis on every sample that's sent to them and report out in a public-facing website. So one of the model drug checking programs is Arrowhead, and through their website, drugsdata.org, which is what you're seeing on the left of the screen here. The screenshot on the left shows samples from Austin, Texas. So I just searched for Austin, and they showed us all these samples that had been submitted. I couldn't find any samples submitted from Nevada. So you see that there are entries on the left of each drug. And if we click on one, like the second one here, you can see the detail that will come up on the right. So you can see that this drug was sold as fentanyl, expected to be fentanyl, and then when it was tested, the ratio of fentanyl to 4-ANPP was 5:1, with no other substances detected. So this drug was mostly fentanyl. 4-ANPP is just a byproduct of the manufacturing process. So this is a pill that was sold as fentanyl and had fentanyl in it. But look at the one in the 4th row. So you see many more ingredients here, including fentanyl, fentanyl byproducts, and methamphetamine in a pill that was sold as Oxy. And below that, you see another M30 that kind of looks like the first one we were looking at, sold as Oxy, but only containing acetaminophen, the ingredient in Tylenol. So if you put yourself in the shoes of the person that's living with a nut allergy again, you can kind of imagine how scary the world would be if you had no information to help you avoid the life-threatening consequences of inadvertent exposure to nuts. The same principles are true as we're thinking about scaling up public health drug checking programs. We need more information about what is in the drugs that people are using and these programs provide. And when people have that information, data suggests that people make safer choices about what they consume. The results are used in a number of different ways and at different levels. At the individual level, people get more information from this service about what's in their drugs, and it helps them make decisions about what they're going to take and how they're going to use it and in what social context they're going to use it. At the community level, it provides surveillance data that can help us stay on top of emerging threats, warn people about bad batches, and monitor what's going on in near real time. Without this kind of system, our best surveillance data come from the toxicology results that are done after an overdose death. And you can see the obvious problem with that. We can't wait for people to die to learn what's going on in our drug supply by testing decedents. We have to get the information before people die, and the way we get that is through a public health drug checking program that is monitoring drugs that are coming off the streets in near real time. A well-designed public health drug checking program is one that is deeply integrated with and informed by the community of people who are using the service. It's not just a surveillance system. It's a program that's set up to promote autonomy of the users of the service by providing them with information they need to make safer choices. So it's feeding information back in real time, and it's maintaining it like that website so that we can see what's going on at a higher level. It's designed with and by the community who will use it, connecting consumers of the service to the public health infrastructure and technology, but doing the program with them instead of to them. And it returns information to the community as quickly as possible so that we have that near real-time information pipeline that can alert us about new threats before people die. People in the US and abroad have been studying these programs, and the research evidence clearly suggests that people want these services and people will use these services when they are tailored to the local community with their input. People are concerned about the risks of drug use and are motivated to use programs that can give them more information. When they use those programs, the research data tell us that people change their behavior to address the risks. As with any public health service for people who use drugs, there are obvious barriers to overcome, mostly due to the criminalized nature of drug use. People are deeply worried about the criminal legal consequences of participating in these kinds of programs. Just like several years ago when we addressed fears related to calling 911 for an overdose by passing the 911 Good Samaritan law that was designed to address those fears by providing protections for people who call 911 to get medical help. We need to be sure that these programs are established in a policy environment that protects people from the consequences that they worry about and makes it easy for them to make safer choices. On this last slide, I gave you some links, both to the Arrowwood dashboard that I was showing you earlier and to two other programs, one run by the University of North Carolina Drug Checking Service and one in Massachusetts that's a joint venture between Brandeis University and the Massachusetts Department of Public Health. And I should say at this point in Nevada, we don't have a robust drug checking program. We do have a few places that are trying to do some of this work. We have a fairly robust fentanyl test strip distribution system, and they are now distributing xylazine test strips. Those are the ones that give you the positive yes, no, but they don't give you any more information. And the concern with that is that as new substances emerge, we don't see them because our test strips are not testing for them. We also have a fairly robust naloxone distribution system. Naloxone, as you know, is the medicine that reverses opioid overdoses, but does not address other concerns like xylazine or benzodiazepines. So with that, I will conclude and hopefully take some questions if you have them.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wagner. Just giving members a moment to queue in if they have a question. Okay, we will start with Vice Chair Scheibel.
Thank you so much for making this presentation. I know that I reached out to you after hearing your testimony during the session to try to understand a little bit better the university, what your research has shown, and kind of what your perspective is on fighting the fentanyl crisis in general. And over the last several months, we have, taken this wide focus on how do we stop people from dying from fentanyl overdoses, and tried to pare down and look at a number of different ways that we can address this one problem. And later today, we're going to hear about utilizing technology in the law enforcement setting to get better data on concentrations of fentanyl and concentrations of other drugs within, the samples that we're taking. And I think that will be focused on samples that are seized in law enforcement operations. And so I just want to clarify that some of your research, or all of your research really, includes and focuses on utilizing data from samples that are not seized in a law enforcement intervention. So the pool of data is larger or different from the data that we would be getting from a law enforcement agency. Is that accurate, or am I missing something?
Yeah, thanks for the question and the clarification. You're exactly right. So these kinds of public health programs are testing samples that are brought to the program by people who use drugs. And the difference is, or one of the differences, is that drugs that are tested in a crime lab through law enforcement seizures, by definition, were not used by people, right? They were seized often in large quantities, right? These are not, sometimes they're street level buys, but often they're large quantities of drugs that are seized and tested in a crime lab for forensic purposes. So they're being taken out of circulation and tested, whereas these kinds of programs are actually getting submissions from people who use drugs, often in smaller amounts. And so it's a different submission process, and it gives us a different sense of what's going on in the street.
It almost sounds to me like we're creating this network, we're creating this relationship with people who are utilizing drugs, the people who are primarily affected by the fentanyl crisis, and they are then becoming a part of the solution by participating in providing information in a two-way street so that we can get to the root of the problem without necessarily having the fear of an impending arrest in order to participate in being part of the solution.
Yes, that is exactly the idea.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that I was understanding, the way that this research is conducted, and not just the research, but the research that then becomes programming to prevent specifically fentanyl overdoses today. But as you said, xylazine overdoses tomorrow, and the next iteration in the next month and year and time after that. So thank you so much.
Yeah, and so maybe, can I offer an example that might, okay, so these programs largely are a service, right? They are a public health service that is doing surveillance and returning information to people who use drugs. But they can also produce data that are used by researchers like me to answer research questions. So earlier this year, we undertook an analysis of the data that are collected through the UNC drug checking program, because I had been hearing people talk about fentanyl in stimulant samples, and there was a lot of concern about the prevalence of fentanyl contamination of methamphetamine and cocaine. So I was able to go to the UNC group and ask the question, how much fentanyl is actually showing up in the stimulant samples that you guys are receiving from people on the street? And we were able to analyze their data and write a paper that showed that we were seeing fentanyl in about 9% of the methamphetamine and about 20% of the cocaine samples that were submitted to the drug checking program. So to me, this is a really important function, and another reason that the community-based nature of these programs is really important, right? There is a narrative. Fentanyl is in everything. Fentanyl is in a lot of things, but I was able to analyze data that told us exactly how much fentanyl was in the samples that they were receiving. The problem with that analysis for our purposes in Nevada is we didn't have any, we had like 4 Nevada samples in that data set. So scaling up these programs so that they capture data from a larger area is going to be important to making sure that research like that can generalize and we can actually have data-based responses to questions like how much fentanyl is in the methamphetamine. Is it in everything? I mean, our analysis showed that it was in about 9% of the meth that we were testing. That's a lot if you are a person on the street who's using drugs, but it's not everything.
And I'm assuming that it could also vary by location, right? So that was UNC, and they found that there was, basically I think what you're saying is you're much more likely to have contaminated cocaine than methamphetamines, but it could be reversed in Las Vegas or in Pahrump or in Reno or in Elko. It could be that in this particular geographic area, we happen to have more methamphetamines with fentanyl than cocaine, right?
Quite right. So the UNC program receives submissions from across the country. And we did note a lot of geographic difference in the prevalence of fentanyl, and that makes sense because drug distribution and trafficking channels are different. So we were able to look kind of across like Eastern samples submitted from the East versus samples submitted from the West. But to your point, there were only 4 samples in that analysis that came from Nevada, and we don't have the data from Nevada to speak to this larger national issue.
Thank you for that. Our next question is from Assemblywoman LaRue Hatch.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for presenting to us today. So my question is on these community drug checking programs. Can you speak to any states or municipalities that have robust programs? And typically, who runs those programs? Is it the local municipality? Is it a private group? Is it the state? If you could give us a little more information on that, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. So on the last slide that I think you should have, I showed you 3 programs. The 2 that are probably most relevant to answering your question, the one at University of North Carolina is run by a lab at the University of North Carolina. The one in Massachusetts is a partnership between Brandeis University and the public health jurisdiction. So they function better, I think, when there is the sort of university partnership with a public health entity that can do the service component.
Thank you.
Thank you again, Dr. Wagner, for your response. At this time, I don't see any additional questions. So thank you for your presentation, and we can go ahead and close this agenda item.
Thank you.
With that, again, we are a little bit out of order. We are moving now to agenda item 6. So this will be presentations on psychedelic science and the impact of therapeutic use on veterans and law enforcement. We have multiple presenters, but I'm first going to hand it over to Senator Nguyen, who will do an introduction. And Senator, will you be introducing all of the presenters?
We have choreographed this to manage our time pretty well. So I'm just going to introduce everyone and then turn it over to them, and they know their roles.
Okay, and we have a 4th presenter. Do we have someone who's just online or in Carson? Because I only see 3 here in Las Vegas.
I believe so. And if I can have them all come up to the table there in Las Vegas, that would probably make it easier.
Okay, thank you. So up and there we see Dr. Tebek approaching in Carson. Okay, so now we have all 4 of our presenters. Senator Nguyen, please proceed.
Thank you. Rochelle Nguyen, representing Senate District 3. I want to thank the chair and the vice chair of this interim committee for allowing this presentation. During the last legislative session, I had the honor and privilege of presenting Senate Bill 242, which addressed psychedelics. Both of those were heard in the healthcare committees in both the Assembly and in the Senate. And in going through that process, a lot of the bills as it was introduced touched on a lot of issues that in retrospect, and probably at the time we realized would probably be best be suited in this space in the judiciary, and the interim judiciary being in the perfect place to have those kind of conversations. I think it's very timely with the other agenda items that you have on your agenda today, because it addresses some of the concerns. We also had some concerns, as you know, during the legislative session. Sometimes committee hearings don't have the ability to have those presentations. So I'm grateful that also on today's agenda are people from our law enforcement community, because I wanted to give them more than the 3 minutes. Sometimes they're often allocated during session to address some of the concerns that they have with this moving forward. And with that, we do have some very, 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 I'm going to say that multiple times, brief kind of introductions into this world of psychedelics, just some historical, scientific, educational, medical, and regulatory information, just to give this committee some background, because I know a lot of people are not as familiar. And what I think I'm most proud of this here today is that this is a very Nevada-led coalition. That is a broad coalition. We have people that are teaching at UNLV. We have doctors that are practicing in Carson City. And we have people from law enforcement community, retired and active, both up north and down south and all in between. So I'm really excited that we're able to have that very specific Nevada presence. So with that, I will turn it over to my speakers to begin their presentations, if that's fine with you, Chair.
Yes, it is, Senator. Thank you for that. And just one further comment before we proceed. Members and presenters, if it's all right with you, I would like to hold questions until the end of the entire presentation, because sometimes one presenter may actually answer something and so if we could just save all those till the end. With that, please proceed.
Good morning, Chair Miller, Vice Chair Scheibel, and members of the committee. I would like to thank Senator Wynn for being the champion of this issue and the legislature for their support of the upcoming psychedelic medicine group. You know, even Navy SEALs need heroes, and in this case, Senator Wynn is that hero since she's been advancing and pushing this forward. Your bravery goes well noticed. My name is John Dalton. I'd like to say that I'm a proud Nevadan. This is the best state in the country. I hunt here. I explore these beautiful and remote lands on my motorcycle. My son and I love camping in the basins and ranges here, and I'm humbled to be invited today to provide my presentation. I was a career Navy SEAL officer for 23 years. During my time in the SEAL teams, after 9/11, I conducted 11 combat deployments to Afghanistan and Iraq. I suffered 7 traumatic brain injuries, some PTSD, and my medical records show that the real damage is likely the thousands of subconcussive events related to blast exposure. At the tail end of my career, I began suffering from anxiety and depression related to those injuries. It got bad to the point I recognized I needed to do something. The VA tried putting me on SSRIs. They sucked. They decreased my quality of life and they didn't work. They call it being SSRI resistant. And then when one also factors in spending the rest of your life on them, challenging withdrawals, and the fact that they only treat the symptoms rather than the cause, it is widely accepted they are not an effective solution. I had a SEAL brother recommend I try psychedelics to treat these issues. Some of you probably heard me say in the past that my immediate reaction was that I had no interest in taking a bunch of hippie drugs. I'm a staunch conservative, that's how I roll. However, my situation deteriorated to the point I started researching psychedelics, much the same I would analyze an enemy target package to determine risk to force and mission success. I learned these were not the drugs that I thought they were. I also learned I could not take them here in the U.S., that I had to go to Mexico, of all places. Well, I did, and the results were profound and transformational. The manner in which they healed me involved things happening on the neurological level with adaptive neuroplasticity, as well as finding myself in an ineffable state of consciousness that allowed me to examine memories and core issues that I discovered were the root cause. Some of that was kind of bizarre, but it worked. I wasn't the only SEAL to go do this. Since 2017, over 1,500 SEALs and other special operations veterans have engaged in psychedelic-assisted therapy and have had to do so by leaving the country. We recognize an unconventional solution. We're not going to let the United States get in the way to do it. We'll leave the country if we have to do it so we can do it legally. It's not good business when veterans or any Americans must leave the country to seek out a legitimate solution to improve their mental health. This was driven home for me personally during 2022 to 2023 when I lost 8 SEAL brothers to suicide and 3 to death by alcohol with mental health issues similar to mine. Psychedelics could have prevented the deaths of those warriors. There have been some groundbreaking developments within the DoD and the VA relevant to today's discussion. I'd like to bring them up real quick. On December 14, President Biden signed the 2024 National Defense Authorization Act. Section 723 of that document states, the Department of Defense to study treatment of certain conditions using psychedelic substances on active duty military personnel. Certain conditions are identified as post-traumatic stress and traumatic brain injury. The substances are methylene methylamphetamine, commonly known as MDMA, psilocybin, ibogaine, 5-MeO-DMT, one of the most powerful psychedelics known to man, and then qualified plant-based alternative therapies. DoD isn't doing this study because they're uncertain if these medicines are safe. They know they're safe because studies already confirm that. This is the type of study done to conduct due diligence before ramping a program up to full operational capability. On January 5th, the VA announced research to study certain psychedelic compounds in treating PTSD and depression. The compounds are MDMA and psilocybin. The Secretary of the VA, Dennis McDonough, stated, this is an important step to explore the efficacy of a potential new set of promising treatments that could improve the health and quality of life for veterans. Please note that he did not say explore the safety. That is because these medicines are already recognized as safe. Ladies and gentlemen, the VA is ahead of us on this. That's not a good sign when the VA is more leading edge than you are. Nevada loses roughly 2 people per day to suicide. Veterans are 7% of the Nevada population, yet they represent 20% of those daily suicides. We passed SB 242 on June 2nd, 2023. From that day to this day, we've lost 231 Nevada souls to suicide. That includes the ones that are in the process of that right now. That number does not account for the thousands of souls of the family members who were devastated by their death. And that number does not account for the tens of thousands of Nevadans who have been diagnosed with mental health conditions that are treatable by psychedelic medicine. Technically, over 1.1 million Nevadans have been have stated that they have either depression or anxiety at certain times in their life. We have the power to devastate that number. That power lies in the Psychedelic Medicine Working Group, which has not yet begun. We've done nothing for 7 months. This is a call to action. I am asking for the help of this committee and the entire Nevada Legislature, who overwhelmingly voted yes on SB 242 to help get that working group executed, help get it started, please. Nevada lives are literally at stake with this. Thank you.
I am Dr. Dustin Hines, D-U-S-T-I-N-H-I-N-E-S. I'm at University of Nevada, Las Vegas. Thank you to the chair, vice chair, and absolutely thank you to Senator Wynn. So as somebody that has studied the brain for over 30 years and has studied serotonin, which is the neurotransmitter that these drugs work on, I'd like to give you a little background education. But the first thing that I need to do, can everyone see my slides? Is to educate you on stigma. So we have this idea that drugs are good and drugs are bad, and you even heard it from John's testimony. He thought drugs were bad. Drugs are neither. So where do we get this stigma, right? And part of the stigma comes from the idea that we have scheduled drugs. So we have said through the Controlled Substance Acts that things like psychedelics, they are the worst drugs. They're Schedule 1. And we'll talk about that today. Drugs are not good or bad. It's our relationship with drugs that is good and bad. And what defines Schedule 1 is that they have no therapeutic use. These drugs have a lot of therapeutic use. The other thing I always like to tell people is that there are groups of drugs and drugs classes, and what we're talking about today are psychedelics. Psychedelics are a unique class. They are largely defined as drugs that work on a single receptor, the 5-HT2A receptor. That's a type of serotonin receptor. And these are drugs like LSD, NBOs, NBOMs, ayahuasca, psilocybin that we're largely talking about here today. When we look at these groups of drugs, I don't like to look at the scheduling. I like to look at how they are lethal, how they harm people. And so if we make a simple graph that gets shown to everyone who takes a basic psychopharmacology class, at the top right of the graph, you will see heroin. Really high active dose means you need very, very little, microscopic amounts for it to be active. And at the same time, it is very addictive. If we look at the bottom left of this graph, we see LSD and psilocybin. So this graph has been around for 20 years, showing that these drugs are not bad drugs, if there is such a thing. And further to that, now we know these drugs not only are not bad drugs, but they help with addiction. So I think when this graph gets updated, LSD, psilocybin, all the psychedelics won't even be on the graph anymore. I think that there's always a worry what's going to happen if people take these drugs. In the initial graphic you saw that people were jumping out of windows. Is that going to happen? What are the adverse effects? If we look at the far right, where you can barely see a bar there, these are the adverse effects from people who have taken magic mushrooms or psilocybin. Some of the brief history of this drug, and this is really important to tell you, we really came into our understanding of psychedelics, tongue-in-cheek, in the 30s, when Dr. Albert Hoffman, accidentally took LSD and had one of the first psychedelic trips on LSD. Since then, we've really moved forward with this psychedelic renaissance that started probably in 2014, 2015. And since then, companies like MAPS and Compass are already in FDA trials, clinical 2, 3, well in, looking at these compounds as therapeutics. I say tongue-in-cheek because we know these have been safe drugs that have been used in incredibly rich traditions and cultures for millennia. These are not toxic compounds. These are not lethal compounds. And so really what we're talking about is our own culture and Western introduction to these compounds. So Maria Sabina was using these drugs to treat mental health hundreds of years, with her culture for hundreds of years. It's really just in the last 10 years that the West, largely through Michael Pollan's book, How to Change Your Mind, came into magic mushrooms for a new time or a second resurgence. Another thing I like to talk about is we're talking about magic mushrooms. In magic mushrooms, there's alkaloids. The two major alkaloids, these are the active compounds in mushrooms, are psilocybin and psilocin. So those are the actual drugs. And these drugs work on that receptor, that serotonergic receptor, and they are highly specific to that receptor. That means they do not have off-target effects. 5-HT2A is largely what is affected by magic mushrooms, and a lot of other systems aren't, other than some systems in your gut. That's what makes them really safe. Okay? So I don't need to get too much into this. I always like to show this video. This is what we show in our lab. This is a mouse on psychedelics. And so you can see it is not doing anything crazy. It is not jumping around. It's not chewing its legs off. This is research we're doing at our lab every day of the week at UNLV. So what we're trying to understand, and we have some scope into, is that what's happening in these mice and in the brains of anyone that are using these compounds is we're making new connections. You heard from all the beautiful public testimony that you do the drug, but then you got to do the work. You got to get into therapy and you got to change things. It's creating behavioral flexibility so that people can get into therapy and make change. We know it works. We know how it works. And again, here's some of the research done by Nevadans in my lab showing that if you take a normal neuron and give it psychedelics, you give it new chances to make new connections. We are in a mental health crisis. Nevada is 51st in the nation in mental health. That is not something to be proud of. John already attested, we have lots of drugs out there, right? There is one drug insulin for diabetes. We know what to use. We're trying to use combinations of SRIs, MAIs, and if they work, that's great. They typically don't work in over 80% of people, so we call those people treatment resistant. That is not a good word. We have drugs that we know are effective, psychedelics, and we're not using them. I often get questions about how do these drugs stack up to known drugs. So if you can see in this graph on the left, we have all these red dots and all the blue dots. All the red dots are psilocybin being treated, used as a treatment for depression compared to one of the major drugs also being used for depression. It's way better. We know it's better. We know it's safer. We're not using it. So in conclusion, I think John said it best. Like, we're behind the VA. That's one thing I think about, right? The DOD and a lot of other trials that I've been in is the last to come on board. They're ahead of us. So it's really time as Nevadans to push this forward. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair Scheibel, and distinguished members of this committee. My name's Diane Goldstein. I served for 21 years as a police officer, retiring as the first female lieutenant in my agency in California. At the time of my retirement, I was a division commander, which included leading our peer counseling program and our crisis negotiations team. As a sergeant, I led a multi-agency special investigations unit that focused on narcotics, gangs, and career criminals. I am both a constituent as well as the executive director of the Law Enforcement Action Partnership. We are a nonprofit group of criminal justice professionals who speak from firsthand experience. Our mission is to make communities safer by focusing police resources on the greatest threat to public safety and working towards healing police-community relations. Policing professionals in the United States and across the world have recognized that we can no longer rely on arrest as a means to address a public health issue. Saving lives and reducing the crime and disorder caused by underlying problematic drug use are not mutually exclusive. A response that can achieve both ends requires a paradigm shift towards evidence-based practices that closely link public health and enforcement strategies with their most important outcome, saving lives. At its core, our drug control strategies should prioritize saving lives. And in fact, Chief August Vollmer, the father of American policing, stated that drug abuse was best treated by scientists and medical providers and not by law enforcement. Our state faces an unprecedented addiction crisis as our friends and relatives from every walk of life numb their underlying traumas with substance use. In our communities, nearly 3 of our neighbors lose their lives to opioids, another 2 lose their lives to alcohol every single day, both amongst the highest rates in the country, as noted. While the situation can sometimes seem hopeless, treatments with psychedelics such as psilocybin mushrooms offers much hope. The Nevada Legislature passed SB 242, which needs to convene the Psychedelic Medicines Working Group to craft an actionable plan for legalizing therapeutic use as an issue of public health. This bill is historic and a first step towards saving lives by helping destigmatize cutting-edge treatments for the underlying mental health challenges that drive addiction. The working group should also consider either the decriminalization of or a reduction of penalties for personal amounts to help remove the stigma that prevents patients from reviewing dosage and preparation protocols with their therapists and doctors. Of the cities and jurisdictions that have been decriminalized, these naturally occurring fungi, none have seen any significant public health or public safety issues. In fact, in the United States, 60 years ago, psychedelics were being researched widely prior to President Nixon's war on drugs, which wrongly placed this class of substances under Schedule I without any evidence to support that designation. Since people struggling with substance use disorder are statistically more likely to get wrapped up in criminal behavior, these benefits for mental and behavioral health can have big impacts on community health and public safety. And for those who have already been arrested for a crime, psychedelics have been shown by a study of over 200,000 inmates to substantially reduce the likelihood of reoffending, particularly those who have substance use problems. The bottom line is that people who can work through their traumas live happier, healthier, and more productive lives. An additional study in 2017 reflects that lifetime psychedelic use was associated with a reduction of odds in committing past year criminal acts, including property crime or violent crime. Plant-based psychedelic use is so low that even in the annual DEA drug threat assessments, they historically have never been mentioned as a public safety concern. Notably, the DEA is only reporting synthetic new psychoactive substances and does not list any of the substances that we think should be decriminalized. Fortunately, we have seen new research over the past decade that is helping to reduce the stigma associated with psychedelics. A peer-reviewed and controlled study of 44,000 Americans in the U.S. Journal of Psychopharmacology found that one dose of psilocybin mushrooms is associated with a 40% reduced risk of developing an opioid use disorder. This finding was backed by a follow-up study that suggested an even stronger beneficial effect. Psychedelics can also catalyze introspective experience that help people understand why they are drinking excessively, helping people chart a new course for their lives. Every Nevadan that suffers from PTSD, major depressive disorder, substance use disorder, stands to benefit from access to these breakthrough therapies. This is particularly true for first responders, having lost friends from law enforcement to suicide. I really, really believe strongly in this issue. Law enforcement who suffers traumatic stress at a rate 5 times higher than that of civilians have some of the highest rate of spillover violence that results in excessive use of force in our communities or in domestic violence and alcoholism and substance use disorder. We owe it to these public servants, to all first responders, to study and implement these alternative treatments so they have a choice to heal rather than just numb themselves to the daily traumas they experience on the job. I'd like to end this by thanking you for this opportunity to share my experience in support of the implementation of SB 242 and its working group.
Good morning. My name is Burton Tabak, BurtonTabaac. Ladies and gentlemen of the Interim Judiciary Committee, I'm honored to join you today to discuss the potential benefits of supporting psychedelic therapeutics in our state. As we navigate the landscape of mental health, it's crucial to consider innovative approaches that may offer relief to those in need. Psychedelic-assisted therapies have shown promising results in addressing mental health conditions such as PTSD, depression, anxiety, and addiction. Rigorous research conducted at some of the country's top academic institutions have indicated that therapeutics including psilocybin, MDMA, and ibogaine, when administered responsibly, can contribute to significant improvements in patients' well-being that is sustainable and long-lasting. Moreover, supporting psychedelic therapeutics aligns with the growing national trend towards mental health awareness. By embracing progressive solutions, our state has the opportunity to be at the forefront of this transformative movement, fostering a compassionate and forward-thinking approach to mental health care. In terms of safety, it's important to emphasize that psychedelic therapies are administered in controlled settings by trained professionals. This ensures a secure environment, minimizing any potential risks associated with these treatments. Novel safety data has shown that, contrary to 1960s reports, psychedelics do not carry toxicity nor lead to dependency. Schedule I drugs are substances or chemicals defined as drugs with no currently accepted medical use and a high potential for abuse. This is clearly a political designation rather than a medical one. Additionally, the economic implications of supporting psychedelic therapeutics should not be overlooked. By investing in these alternative therapies, we can stimulate job creation within the healthcare sector, supporting the growth of specialized professionals and contributing to the overall economic well-being of our state. The cost to the system for current failed drug policy can also not be understated. As we consider the positive impact on individuals and communities, it is imperative to acknowledge the changing societal attitudes towards these treatments. Public perception is shifting, and embracing psychedelic therapeutics reflects our commitment to evolving with the times, respecting the latest medical evidence and prioritizing the mental health of our communities. Supporting psychedelic therapeutics is not an exploration into uncharted territory. It's an investment into the well-being of your constituents. By endorsing the aim to investigate psychedelics and delineating appropriate pathways to sustainable treatment, we have the opportunity to signal our commitment to progressive, evidence-based approaches to mental health care, positioning our state as a leader in fostering a healthier, more compassionate society. I am confident that together we can pave the way for a brighter future in mental health treatment within our state. I attend today as a neurologist, clinical associate professor, medical researcher of psychedelics, and advocate for the advancement of knowledge to challenge stigma and answer your questions on the potential of psychedelics to heal. I am eager to compare the current standard of care to psychedelic therapeutics, clarify any misconceptions dating back to Nixon-era misinformation on the war on drugs, and share the latest evidence of why psychedelics work, underscoring safety and highlighting a pathway to regulation that has medical support. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you to all four presenters. We do have some questions. The first question will come from Carson City from Assemblyman Gray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Dr. Tabak. Question for you. My family's dealt with this. I actually lost a brother last year to drug addiction, lifelong, constantly searching for a way to self-medicate his psychological problems away. Won't go into that, but I'm also a veteran and have seen firsthand the devastation on veterans having to deal with PTSD and the suicide issues that go along with that. Looking at our jails and our prisons, we have got so many people sitting behind bars for crimes related to drug use and drug offenses. Not going to get into the question of, whether they should be sitting there or not. That's for courts and juries to decide based on the laws we have. What I'm wondering is, does the science show, one, are these substances addictive? I mean, are we just going to replace, one addiction with another? Two, what does the science say about actually treating drug addictions, and can we get them off of everything, if the right protocol is followed? And three, what was my third one? Would this be considered a gateway for any other kind of drug? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you so very much for your question. I'm sorry for your loss, and I appreciate your listening ear. Psychedelics, interestingly, not only do not lead to addiction, but they have the potential to treat addiction. When someone is abusing an illicit substance, often they're using that to self-medicate, as you emphasized, and that pathway is often treating the symptoms of an underlying struggle or mental illness. Psychedelics get to the core root of a problem and allow people to think and reassess, to shift their perception in a different way. If you think of your mind as a snow-covered hill in which your thoughts are sleds, over time, the grooves are dug deeper and deeper, making it difficult to escape the paths that are created. And then these paths become ingrained. Psychedelics allow for a fresh mound of snow, so to speak, to be laid so that new paths, thoughts, and connections can be made. And this is a potential way to consider how psychedelics are effective at treating the ruminating thoughts and loops that are fostered through states of depression, anxiety, and addiction. In just one study that was conducted at the Johns Hopkins University, people who were addicted to nicotine and smoking cigarettes were enrolled and given one dose of psilocybin. And from that study, at 1 year follow-up, more than half of the enrolled participants no longer were addicted to smoking cigarettes, and that is the most successful smoking cessation treatment ever studied. Currently at Johns Hopkins, there is another trial that is currently recruiting patients to investigate the potential for psilocybin to treat opioid addiction. And already in the past several years, there is substantial evidence to support psilocybin as being very effective and safe at curing, and we don't use that term in medicine often, but curing alcohol addiction. Thank you for the question.
Madam Chair, I have a follow-up, please.
Yes, please.
If we could we get copies of those studies sent to the committee? Would love to see those. And for the record, like I said, anything we can do to cut down that 22 a day, it's worth looking into. As a staunch conservative, as my fellow compatriot there, my friend, the Navy SEAL, this is kind of outside our wheelhouse usually, but we care about our brothers and sisters, and we're willing to do anything we can to help save them.
Absolutely. I'd be very happy to share those studies with you. Those articles are open access with impressive statistical significance, and I'll be sure to make sure that you receive them.
Thank you. And can you actually send those to the committee, and then that way all the members will have access to them? Thank you for that. Our next question is from Assemblywoman Gallant.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, Dr. Tabak, I have to say that was the best analogy I've ever heard on the brain pathways and the snowfall. So thank you for that. That was amazing. Dr. Hines, I do have a question. The FDA and the DEA are currently looking into the medical benefits of psilocybin. So do you feel like there would be any benefits for us to get ahead of these federal agencies?
Yeah, thank you for that question. That's a great question. The answer is absolutely. So in a month, I'm sitting on a committee with the FDA to see how fast they can do it. So why would the FDA want to do something fast? Well, I think it's back to what Burton was talking about. There's ways for people to profit off of this by being able to control it. So I think by us as Nevadans getting ahead of it, number one, we can get people who might be potentially suicidal, not suicidal today. That's one. Two, how this infrastructure and how it rolls out, it will probably be slow in the hands of the feds. We can set up our own infrastructure. So absolutely, yes. The FDA has decided this is safe, and they're going to try and get it done as fast as they can.
Thank you, Assemblywoman. Our next question is from Assemblywoman Marzola. Oh, it was answered. Okay. Way to go, Doctor. Thank you for that. Not seeing any additional member questions at this point, I will go ahead and ask my question. And I believe it's for you, Dr. Hines, as well. You mentioned something when you were talking about basically the recreation of synopsis. And so I was wondering, that was one part that I had not known before. That was interesting, knowing that they decrease, of course, as we age. And so I was wondering, has there been any studies or research done on neurological diseases such as Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, things where like a jump start back to our brain would be necessary?
I love great questions from smart people, so thank you. So we're doing that research in our lab right now. We are looking at animal models of Alzheimer's disease. And so some basic background is that when you're developing, you go through things called critical periods. That's the only time you get a lot of new spines. And so what we're finding now is at any age, psychedelics are capable of opening up these critical periods again. There's other people with clinical trials now. I can't remember the company's name. I saw it the other day. That's actually launched some psilocybin-based chemicals to help with early to mid-phase Alzheimer's disease. Parkinson's disease, there might be, I'm just not up on that disease as much, but it's kind of like nicotine. If you can cure withdrawal and addiction from nicotine, you can cure anything. And if you can help with Alzheimer's disease, you can help with all neurodegeneration. So super promising.
Thank you for that. Thank you to all the presenters and members for your questions. With that, we will go ahead and...
Madam Chair.
Did you have a... Yes, please.
Dr. Tabak had a question, or had a statement.
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you so much. Burton Tabak here, BURTONTABAAC. I'd like to add to my colleague Dustin Hines' response in regards to clinical applications beyond the mental health realm. The preclinical model that Dr. Hines is pursuing looking at Alzheimer's is quite fascinating. To add to that, the latest evidence is progressing in human models as well. I think it's really important to underscore the concept of what a critical period is. This was a groundbreaking paper that was published in Nature, led by my mentor, Dr. Gould Dolan, who just signed with UC Berkeley. A critical period is a time window that is often readily open in infancy and childhood, where learning can take place. There's all different types of critical periods. There's one for language, one for vision, and then over time, that window closes, and there's pruning of the neuronal pathways. So if you take a child, for example, that's born with cataracts, and you wait until they're 9 or 10 years old to intervene with a surgery, they will remain blind because that critical period for learning vision closed. What this groundbreaking paradigm-shifting paper in Nature showed is that all psychedelics reopen critical periods to allow for relearning. It reverts the brain back to a nascent state akin to that of childhood, which can promote profound healing at an organic cellular level beyond just shifting perception, which is what we see in a psychological perspective. And the implications expand beyond neurodegenerative diseases like Parkinson's and Alzheimer's. And there's work being done to look at, for example, ibogaine to treat traumatic brain injury and psilocybin to treat stroke. So to have Nevada support and approval of research pathways and other measures of regulation to investigate this can benefit such a large population of patients and loved ones.
And thank you for that follow-up. We have a follow-up question from Vice Chair Scheibel.
Thank you. Excuse me. I wanted to go back to Lieutenant Goldstein, and I apologize if this is repetitive because I know that we covered some of this, but I wanted to make sure that I understood clearly whether concerns about decriminalization and leading to, unsafe use and increases in crime have been raised in other jurisdictions that have already implemented some of the policies that we're talking about. I think, I'm not sure if you mentioned Denver or if, okay. And if those other communities had, results back, has decriminalization or, any of these policy changes resulted in the increase in crime or decrease in safety that had been feared?
So I was recently actually on a panel in Denver at the MAPS conference that was a public safety first responder with the deputy chief who helped implement both Denver's lowest level priorities decriminalization because they started before the recent ballot measure and is also responsible for the implementation of the recent ballot measure that passed last year. And he unequivocally, when asked that question, he jokingly turned around and said, we in law enforcement have lots of problems, and psychedelics is not any of it. And there is a Denver report that we have access to that I'm happy to share with the committee that talks about both the public health and the public safety portions of it. I also, our organization does work in multiple states and internationally. I've spoken to a number of law enforcement professionals, whether it's in Amherst or internationally, who have been responsible for implementation or responding to these types of issues, and everyone across the board says no. And so it is, I think, data, we need to continue to obtain it, and we need to quantify it. And law enforcement has not necessarily done the best job of doing that in the past, but all the anecdotal information that I'm receiving on the ground says it hasn't been either a public safety or a public health concern.
Please proceed.
Thank you. I just want to let you know that one of the co-authors of that Denver report, Brian Lang, is in Carson right now, sitting at the desk. just in case there was a question that you guys might want to have particular to that Denver report. And he's a Nevada resident.
Senator? I mean, let's bring him up.
Yeah. If he would also like to just weigh in, I think that Lieutenant Goldstein did an excellent job, but we would value your input.
My name is Brian Lang, Bryanlang. I worked on the Denver report. I was following on from the passage of the proposition of decriminalization of psilocybin in Denver. The proposition mandated an assessment of effects on crime, effects on hospitalization, effects on resource utilization, mental health, et cetera, et cetera. We found in the report that there was essentially no increase in crime, no increase in hospitalizations. There really wasn't any substantive effect that we could find as we evaluated that. However, as part of that, we developed a training program for law enforcement, for mental health first responders, for paramedics, for EMTs, for both fire as well as ambulance services in Denver that we piloted that could be rolled out very easily across anywhere in the country. What we found in working with law enforcement in the pilots was that there was a significant deficit in understanding of the effects of psilocybin, the effects of psychedelics, on how to differentiate when they're responding to drugs of various types as well as psychedelics, and the differentiation between the two. So it was extremely well received. The results of the trainings were extremely positive, and we'd like to see that education as part of anything we do, so that the appropriate people can understand what they're doing when they are faced with this in the wilds. However, having said that, as Chief Montoya, who I had the opportunity of working with extensively, said, it really wasn't a problem in Denver.
Thank you so much for jumping in and following up and giving us that extra information as well. Thank you to all the presenters. And with that, we will go ahead and close this agenda item, and we will move on to agenda item 7. Just to let everyone know, I want to make sure I'm in the right spot. Just to let everyone know, because we're approaching lunchtime, we will break for lunch after this. So I would like, my friends from Clark County District Attorney's Office and from Metro Police Department to know you're standing between us and lunch. So agenda item 7 is a presentation on law enforcement's concerns regarding the legalization of psychedelics. We have Chief Deputy District Attorney John Jones from the District Attorney's Office and Detective Joshua Garber from the Narcotics Crime Section from Las Vegas Metro Police Department. And so give you a few minutes to settle in, and once you're ready, please proceed.
Good afternoon. Good morning, Chair Miller and the Joint Interim Standing Committee of the Judiciary. My name is Detective Joshua Garber of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. I have been a member of the department since 2008, and for the past 7 years, I have been assigned to the Major Violator Narcotics Crime Bureau. Currently, my role in narcotics is the training coordinator for the police department. I oversee the education and instruction of officers on criminal narcotics law. For the past 3 years, I have also been assigned to the crisis negotiation team. In addition to my role at LVMPD, I was a member of the Cannabis Compliance Board Public Safety Subcommittee. LVMPD Narcotics Crime Section prioritizes our investigations to investigate drug trafficking organizations, drug suppliers, manufacturers, and drug traffickers. In 2023 alone, our unit seized 75,933 gross grams of psilocybin. I wanted to thank Senator Wynn for her thoughtful presentation on the impacts of therapeutic uses of psychedelics, especially in regard to veterans. And perhaps science-based research and regulating spaces under the right conditions might have positive results. However, at this time, LVMPD is opposed to any broader attempts to legalize or decriminalize psilocybin or other hallucinogens. Whereas therapeutics benefits may be seen when facilitated by medical teams with science-based research that meets federal grant standards, our concerns are for the individual and the community at whole if a person taking psychedelics outside of a medical facility experiences violent outbursts, hallucinations, states of agitation, psychosis, or loss of sense of reality. Frankly, more work needs to be done on the front end, and legalizing psilocybin is premature. Thank you for your time this morning, and now I would like to pass the presentation to Deputy District Attorney John Jones, but I will be available for any questions.
Thank you, Chair Miller, members of the committee. My name is John Jones, here on behalf of the Clark County District Attorney's Office, and I will be brief because I know we want to get to lunch, but I want to start off by saying that I too was impressed by the presentation today, and I will acknowledge that the presentation today is similar to what I've been reading about the health benefits of psilocybin. But I want to focus on two things, and one is that we have heard psilocybin classified as medicine, and I think increasingly we're finding out that that is true. It is a medicine. But every time we find that a medicine has a positive benefit, we then do not rush to legalize it completely. And that leads me to my second point, and we've heard this from several of the doctors who testified today about it being used in a controlled setting with professionals, with proper guidance and training. And that is what we want to focus on. We have no objection to legislation which authorizes research programs and clinical studies in this state with regard to psilocybin. I agree with the proponents that the research indicates that we should be doing that in this state. What we do not want to see at this point is to parlay those positive studies that were testified to today into complete legalization of psilocybin generally. We think that is a step too far at this point. Now, that being said, we are happy to engage in any of these conversations regarding these bills, and we look forward to working with Senator Wynn and the other proponents as we move towards the 2025 session. Thank you, Chair, and I as well am happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that presentation. I believe Assemblywoman LaRue Hatch has a question from Carson City.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for being with us this morning to testify. So my question is then, it sounds like you are open to some nuance on this issue and maybe finding that middle way. And so my question is, do you believe that these should be scheduled the same as heroin, or do you think that we should find some other place to be regulating these substances?
John Jones on behalf of the Clark County District Attorney's Office. It's good to see you, Assemblywoman. Thank you for the question. I will say that is well beyond my pay grade. I am not a scientist. I will say, to prepare for this hearing, I did attempt, and I'll use the word attempt, to read some of the medical journals and studies regarding psilocybin, but some of the vocabulary was well beyond my current capabilities. But I will leave that discussion to the medical professionals. And I do understand that there are attempts to reclassify and reschedule psilocybin. I've heard anywhere from 2, 3, or 4, depending on who you talk to. So I think that is outside of the law enforcement realm at this time. But I will say, considering some of the research that we heard, it may be improperly classified right now as a Schedule 1.
Thank you for that. I have a question, and either one of you could answer, but it may be more for Detective Garber. I was just wondering, when you mentioned all the number of arrests related to this, and we know that often, obviously, possession is a crime because the law says it's a crime. But we know that when it comes to drug use, it's also the drug-related crimes that come with it. Is there any data that pertains to, with other drugs, we would have data on violent offenses or gang violence or weapons, theft, other related crimes to that. Do we have any data on that here in Nevada anywhere? If there's other related crimes, or if the only crime is just possession?
Detective Josh Garber with Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. The data we just have is we had 41 arrests in 2023 where psilocybin was present during the arrest. I don't have it broken down. I could get those statistics for you where that was possibly related. You could also Google the news and you could hear, there was a homicide in 2023 where the suspect told the family members that he was took mushrooms.
And Chair Miller, John Jones, on behalf of the Nevada District Attorneys Association, when Senator Wynn reached out, she did ask that I attempt to bring statistics. And I did look through our case management system, but unfortunately, we don't break down possession of controlled substance by what substance they were possessing. So unless I went through every possession of controlled substance case, I wouldn't be able to tell you how many of those PCS cases were actually psilocybin. I have kept track of what I have personally seen since Senator Wynn reached out, and that was about a month ago. And I've had 2 cases involving psilocybin, and both of them were a higher level than just a straight PCS. So it's more than 14 grams. So that's the most I have at this point. I can tell you that my office is adopting a new case management system in August of this year, and we have been told by the supplier of that case management system that it will have better reporting capabilities than our current case management system. So I am hopeful that I will be able to get better data from our case management system going forward.
That would be helpful. Thank you for that. With that, I don't see any additional questions unless you have any follow-up, but thank you for your presentation. With that, I will go ahead and close this agenda item, and we will take a break for lunch. So it's about 12:19 right now. We will start back right at 1 p.m. Hello, everyone. We are going to go ahead and get started again. So our next agenda item, and again, I appreciate everyone, especially our members online and up in Carson City, everyone for coming back promptly. We were just waiting for our presenter who will be on Zoom. So our next item is agenda item 9. Did I do it? Yep. Which is an update from the Department of Public Safety, Nevada State Police, on the State Forensic Crime Laboratory and Senate Bill 412 from 2023. So our presenter is Deputy Director Sherry Brigham. When you are ready, please proceed.
All right. I was going to say good morning, but I will make it good afternoon. My name is Sherry Brigham. I am the Deputy Director with the Department of Public Safety. I want to share my screen. Let's hope I can get it right. And here we go. Are you seeing that screen right now?
Yes, we are.
Okay, perfect. We are lucky enough to have been approved for 2 sessions now to develop our headquarters building coming up in the hopefully next biennium. And in that headquarters building in Carson City, we are planning a lab. And this will be the first state lab for the state of Nevada, as we're the only lab, our only state that doesn't have a state lab at this time. Our goal will be to multiply efforts to ensure the efficient and effective administration of public safety, justice, and victim restoration. This is the initial concept for our lab, which is part of that same building. And this is going to be on Carson Street, where the old armory was located. And you can see here, this would be the evidence contribution. This would be the tech area where they would write reports. This is their management system. And in this area is all the testing areas. It's very, very flexible right now and dynamic because we are still looking to be able to provide whatever services are needed in the state to supplement our local county labs, Washoe and Metro. And let me get to the next one. What is a forensic crime lab? Well, earlier, Dr. Wagner and Senator Scheibel described the perfect difference between our lab and the Reno lab for DHHS. We're not looking to do anything but collect evidence and determine the forensic value of all the evidence and make sure that it is supporting the charges leading to incarceration and solving crimes and that sort of thing. The census found that 326 publicly funded forensic crime labs received 3.3 million requests for services, and that controlled substances analysis requests accounted for 33% of the testing, and state-run crime labs received nearly 60% of all those requests. Crime labs had a backlog of about 700,000 requests that had not been completed within 30 days of submission. In Nevada, this has been a continuing problem for all of us, including the county labs. They work in conjunction with us. And we are hoping to add to that, to work in concert with the Committee on Intoxication to establish criteria for alcohol and polydrug substance testing, as well as establish current and evolving standards for qualitative testing on fentanyl and its derivatives. The Gap and State Crime Lab fulfills capacity issues, which is really the main issue of the capacity issues within the county labs. Washoe certainly helps us out. Metro helps us out. They do fine work for us. We just hope to address capacity in terms of being able to turn things around a little quicker for us and prioritizing our own needs. Fentanyl and derivative testing is something we want to get into. And then we have the Cannabis Compliance Board testing coming up. Today I have one of our experts down there in Las Vegas. And I'm sorry, I just moved my sheet of paper. From the cannabis, Carolyn Cronkite, and she is working with us to determine the type of testing that's needed. We expect the revenue coming in from the Cannabis Compliance Board to cover these costs and partial costs for the lab operation. SB 35, an act relating to controlled substances. You were discussing this further, and this is where we hope to be helpful in being able to perform the necessary testing and quantitate the amount of fentanyl in the samples to ensure those trafficking fentanyl charges are charged appropriately. And SB 412, there is section 57.5 that states that $500,000 from the Department of fund will go to the Department of Public Safety for the purpose of 2 machines that are capable of testing for fentanyl and its derivatives and measuring the content thereof and in mixtures. We have moved that money into a special account, and it was a little while we're determining the legislative intent on to whom this money was to go to, and it is understood at this time that it should be split between both Washoe and Metro. Unfortunately, my understanding is that single amount of $250 per lab is not enough to properly outfit at least one of them. So we're still exploring what we need to do in order to handle this and send the money over to the labs that need them. Recently, we went to Ohio to look at their crime labs. They've been extremely helpful in helping us develop a lot of what we're looking for in terms of abilities to do. Our lab, we're hoping, is not going to be huge in terms of dealing with a lot of volume, but we want it to be expansive so that it can deal with anything, any of the latest or newest testing possibilities, and those are changing almost daily. The robotics in the Ohio Crime Lab were spectacular, and it was a 3-story building. Obviously, we won't have that, but to a much smaller degree, we should be able to do quite a bit more than we're capable of doing right now. These are a broad listing of the types of testing that we'd like to do. I believe one of the senators might have requested that we be able to help with a backlog of sexual assault kits, and we'll make sure that we're capable of doing that. We also hope to be able to supplement anything that the Washoe or Metro labs are having trouble keeping up with the volume. Whatever that might be, we intend to work with them very closely. Our startup costs for the labs will be general fund and highway fund, and we expect the cannabis testing to do about 50% of the cost of the startup. Private industry funding includes cannabis testing fees and surcharge for chemical analysis. And the forensic crime scene investigation, not included in the Las Vegas contract, requires about $10,000 per investigation, and that's a guesstimate on what we've seen so far. And those charges to the investigation division are not budgeted or accounted for. Not that it's not worth it, it's just the funding was not and is not there. Washoe County limits their forensic crime scene to northern Nevada, although just recently they helped us out with the Esmeralda case and did a wonderful job, so we appreciate that as well. And that's really all I have. I can certainly answer questions, but I am not the expert in all the topics you were discussing earlier, although I did really enjoy it. It was very interesting, and I would love to be able to help in any way we can.
Thank you for that. Members, any questions? Oh, yes. We have a question from Senator Krasner.
Hello. Thank you, Chair, for allowing me to ask a question. Director Brueggemann, you said there's not enough money right now. How much money needs to be allotted so that Las Vegas Metro Crime Lab has the money it needs, Washoe County Crime Lab has the money it needs, and then the Carson City Lab has the money it needs? How much money do we need to allot for the next session? Do you know that number, please?
I do not. I do know that the investigation divisions of the Department of Public Safety is the one division that has not received any funding of any significance for over 12, 13 years. So originally the investigation unit had 30, 45 more employees that were grant funded back in, I'd say, 2012. And when we lost that grant funding due to the recession, we never got those positions back. And during that period of time, we lost an awful lot of other things as well. It's 100% general fund, which obviously is contentious because we have to rely on what's left over for the investigation division. But there's so much more they could do if they had the services of their own FIS, forensic investigative unit that would go in and collect the evidence, and our own lab. We would be able to do so much more for the state and relieve a significant portion of the capacity issues. I know we had quite a few requests in that didn't make it through the budget process, not through even to the legislature to even look at it. But I know that it was more than $1 million, probably $2 to $3 more million into the investigation division. Then they'd be able to pay for the services they need.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. We have a question from Assemblywoman LaRue Hatch.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for coming with us today to present on these issues. So my question is, if the money is being set aside right now for the fentanyl quantitative testing for Washoe and Las Vegas, is the State Crime Lab planning on purchasing their own machine with their own budget, or will we only have those two in those two areas?
Yes, that was kind of part of the questions that the department had as well as we went into reviewing the bill. We will plan to have it, yes, but it'll be part of the CIP of the building that it'll include the equipment. So right now, investigation doesn't even have the handheld unit. And there was a grant that came out of DHHS that handed out handheld fentanyl testing units to all the counties, but the state didn't get any. So often we are forgotten, often. And so we need to go out and look for another grant to get our own handheld just for our investigative units to have them out in the field. But we do not have the funding right now. We fully expect the lab to be fully operational with the latest and greatest equipment, and that will be covered in the CIP, which will be up for your approval in the 25th legislature, 2025 legislature.
Chair, may I have a brief follow-up?
Sure, proceed.
So thank you for that. So if we are to approve this in the next legislative session, do you have a timeline for when you would be up and running after that?
I would expect it would be the 2 years after that. We have suggested and proposed that we could do a temporary location for a state lab, but that really adds quite a bit of cost to move equipment, move people, and get that up and running sooner. It's potentially, it's something we certainly can consider, but I would say that we would be up and running at the end of the 2027 fiscal year.
Assemblywoman, do you have a follow-up?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Our next question is from Assemblywoman Gallant.
Thank you. So one of the things that came up last session was the issue within the labs, like in Nevada, we don't have the ability to be able to test the quantity of a particular substance. And so if something tests for fentanyl, it's just like a flat positive test for fentanyl. So is this lab going to be able to include that type of technology so that we can measure the quantity of it?
Yes, absolutely. And there are machines out there right now that can do it. And I believe the intent of the $500,000 was intended for the counties to install that type of equipment.
Okay, thank you. Well, with that, now, would you like to add anything because you're here?
Carolyn Cronkite, for the record. I am the division chief of the Cannabis Compliance Board. I don't want to add anything. I just really appreciate your time and consideration today. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, I will close agenda item 9, and we will move to agenda item 10, which is an update concerning implementation of Senate Bill 35. So this bill, we have a number of presenters as well. We have the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. From there, we have Executive Director of the Criminalistics Bureau, Kimberly Murga. We have Cassandra Robertson, the Director of the Laboratory Services from the Criminalistics Bureau, and David Goldthorpe from the Forensic Lab Manager. We also will hear from a presentation pertaining to Senate Bill 35 on the cost, benefit, and impact of Senate Bill 35 by the Washoe County Sheriff's Office Forensic Science Division. There we will hear from Steve Johnson, Forensic Science Division Director, and Brad Taylor, the supervising criminalist from the chemistry department, and also a presentation on the quantitative analysis of fentanyl and seized drugs by the City of Henderson Police Department from the Forensic Laboratory. And from there, we'll hear from Tanya Heiner, Criminalistics Administrator. So we have a number of different presenters and specific topics underneath this agenda item. So we will be starting with the presentation from the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. And in this case, because there are 3 different topics, although we have multiple presenters, we'll do questions after this first topic. But if all of you want to present and then we'll ask questions, then we'll move to the next topic. So when you're ready, please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, Vice Chair. Good afternoon, Committee. Thank you for allowing us at this time. My name is David Goldthorpe, DavidGoldthorpe. I am the Chemistry Manager at the Las Vegas Metro Forensic Lab. We are here to talk about the Senate Bill 35 and quantitating drugs, specifically the fentanyl. Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department Forensic Lab, we're the seized drug unit. We're the largest forensic lab in Nevada. We service Clark, Nye, Lincoln, and Esmeralda counties. We serve all agencies, including the state, except for Henderson and Boulder City Police. We've had an increase in case submissions, an increase of over 30% over the last year. We had 1,500 seized drug cases that were submitted. I have 4 full-time forensic scientists and 2 part-time forensic scientists that do seized drug analysis. This last legislative session, Senate Bill 35, specifically Section 14, came out and said that the possible upgrading of forensic laboratories in the state to enable that the labs can perform quantitative testing of all controlled substances. That is a challenge. There is no other forensic lab that I'm aware of that does quantitative testing except for the DEA and Customs Border Patrol. So this would be the first forensic lab that would do quantitative testing or purity testing for, and we're focusing mainly on fentanyl at this time. DEA, the Drug Enforcement Administration, and Customs Border Patrol, or CBP, they do quantitative testing on fentanyl for investigative purposes only. They do not do it for criminal charges because in the United States sentencing guidelines, it does not say actual weight. It is a net weight, so qualitative testing is sufficient. Now, defining the terms quantitative versus qualitative. Quantitative is purity, how much of that drug is actually in that. For example, a pill. You do an analysis, a quantitative analysis on that pill, you would say how much percent of that pill has a certain target analyte or substance. Qualitative testing is that pill contains what substances. We don't tell you how much is in it, we just say that that pill has these type of substances, drugs, whether it's controlled, non-controlled, or other substances. Now, qualitative testing is done throughout the United States every day by all the forensic labs, seized drug units. Qualitative testing is always done. We say what's there and that's it. And state laws for the different states in the United States, that is sufficient. We don't get into actual weights or purities. The reason quantitative analysis is not typically performed is it's a cost thing, but overall it's a safety. And when we're dealing with fentanyl, safety is a big thing. We've heard about fentanyl over the past several years. One of the sayings that they have out there right now is one pill can kill. The DEA has done research and they figure a lethal dose of fentanyl is 2 milligrams. And 2 milligrams is a very small amount. To give an analogy is if you take a sugar packet that you would see like a Splenda or a Equal or Sweet and Low, that is 1 gram. And so if you dump that out and you make 1,000 little piles of all the same size and take 2 of those little piles, that's 2 milligrams. That's a very small amount. And that's a lethal dose according to the DEA along with the DHHS, which is Department of Health and Human Services. So in order to do quantitative testing, we would have to grind this stuff. A lab would have to grind it to make it homogeneous into a fine powder. And that's basically weaponizing it. You make it into a really fine powder. The aerosolization is greater. You increase the exposure rate of whoever's handling it at the time of grinding and throughout the process until that item is either destroyed or stored forever. We have had small submissions where it's a single pill. We've had large submissions where it's thousands of pills. Depending on that submission, we would have to grind larger quantities and increase the exposure rate of the people handling it. And even after handling it, storing it, transporting it, and even opening it in court for discovery purposes if they ask to see the evidence. Another factor, safety factor, is after the analysis, how do we properly dispose of everything that was used to analyze the case and even the evidence afterwards when the case has been adjudicated. As I said, CBP and the DEA, they do quantitate or determine the purity of the drug, but it's for investigational purposes only. The United States Sentencing Guidelines does not specify that it has to be actual weight, and so it's only investigational purposes. We did find one private lab, NMS Labs, that does quantitate fentanyl and 3 of the fentanyl derivatives, and they will do it as a fee, but there's no local, county, or state labs that are doing it currently. There is a cost for any lab in order to do quantitative analysis, but the biggest cost is the risk to human life. It's an unnecessary risk that could be taken in order to do this quantitative analysis. I think it's an unnecessary risk for what is going to be the results of it. In summary, The biggest thing is, in order to prepare the samples, we'd have to grind them. Right now, fentanyl is typically seen throughout the country in a pill form. It's a counterfeit pharmaceutical. And so those would have to be ground up. Depending on what the statutory thresholds are, it depends on how many pills would have to be ground up. It could be hundreds, if not thousands of pills. Grinding it into a small powder increases the aerosolization rate, with also increasing the exposure risk to not only the analysts, but anybody else who may come in contact with it. I will pass the mic over to my director, and so she can add on if you have any questions, I guess, at the end. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Cassandra Robertson, CASSANDRA, ROBERTSON. I just want to drive home that for Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department Forensic Laboratory, we are not willing to take the risk to put our scientists as well as our evidence technician and anyone else that may come in contact with the packaging after these pills have been grinded into a powder form, which then could be dangerous to anyone that comes in contact with it. You guys have any question?
Is that the end of the presentation?
Kimberly Murga for the record, Kimberly. Last name is Murga, M as in Mary, Urga. I think the biggest thing to recognize is that there's no other state, local, or federal laboratory that's currently quantitating fentanyl right now for criminal investigative purposes. We scoured all over the United States. We could not find another lab. The only two labs that are performing quantitative analysis of fentanyl and fentanyl derivatives are the Customs Border Patrol and the DEA, but it's only for investigative purposes only. It's not for criminal investigations. There is one private laboratory that performs a limited amount of fentanyl quantitation for some derivatives, and it's at the cost of about $900 per sample. So if that is something that the committee would be interested in now, those samples can be shipped off by the different agencies in Nevada to get that quantitative testing performed. So basically, it's a safety thing. You know, we're not interested in weaponizing fentanyl in the forensic lab. We're not interested in putting our own forensic scientists at risk. And an extensive HVAC system would have to be implemented in order to do this. And there's just not a standard protocol that we can adopt in order to bring this online safely. And it's not in line with what other forensic laboratories are currently offering. Thank you.
Are you ready for questions? Okay, we will start with Vice Chair Scheibel.
Thank you. So my question is that it took us a long time to get to where we got in SB 35. We obviously required the interim to do this study for a reason, because there were hours of conversations with law enforcement agencies across the state about the possibility of doing quantitative analyses. And now you're coming in and basically telling us no. So where was this? It's too dangerous. We can't do it. Where was all of this while we were having the conversation during session?
Kim Murga for the record. I don't recall being requested to testify. David, were you requested to testify to the safety of this proposal?
David Goldthorpe, for the record. I was never asked to testify. We always pushed back whenever there was a bill draft regarding Senate Bill 35 on quantitating. We never wanted to quantitate. The forensic lab did not want to quantitate.
Okay, thank you.
Next question from Assemblywoman LaRue Hatch.
Thank you, Chair. I would also like to echo my colleagues' comments. I think I and several others only supported this bill because of the quantitative testing, and we agreed to the limits that we had because of that. And so my question is not, are are we going to do this or not? My question is how we do this safely. And I would just like to know, what are the safety precautions that are taking place right now? And are there no other dangerous substances that your lab deals with? And if there are dangerous substances, what are the process that you're using now?
David Goldthorpe for the record. There are dangerous substances. However, the lethal dose, the amount that's is not as small, I guess would be, as fentanyl is. We do have engineered controls in the lab at this time. However, we do not quantitate them, so we do not have to grind them into powders and everything like that. So we do have engineered controls that way. At this time, Nevada, we do not quantitate any drug except for the THC, but that's a federal thing and that's another discussion. But we do not quantitate anything, so we don't have to homogenize it and make it into a powder.
Kimberly Murga for the record. We were surprised at our extensive research and other forensic laboratories to find out who else is doing this. So one of the things in forensic science is we want to make sure that we're competitive with other labs, what the cutting edge technology is, what other labs are doing, what the trends are for the future. And not one other lab that we could find in another state, another municipality, another county was doing this or even moving to bring this online. So we only found one private laboratory that can quantitate a limited number of fentanyl.
Chair, can I just follow up briefly?
Continue.
So I guess my question, though, is about the safety. When we were in session, the one thing we were told, the only reason we can't do this is those machines cost so much money, which is why we allocated money to purchase a machine. So if you're saying there's other things that need to be done, what needs to be done? Whether you have a number or whether you just have equipment that's required, what needs to be done so that this testing can occur safely?
Kim Murga for the record. We would probably have to have a whole new ventilation system installed. This might not be able to integrate with anything else that's in the building because we don't want to expose anybody else to the same air that might be sucked up and then taken out of the building. We'd have to have an isolated area. It might be on the level of an extremely controlled environment where you have its own separate air exchange, its own separate laboratory, its own separate folks working in there with its own separate clothing and protective measures to ensure that there's no risk of the inhalation of any amount of fentanyl which can cause death.
Does that conclude your questioning, Assemblywoman?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Okay. Our next question is from Assemblywoman Gallant.
Hi. So I'm going to also share the same sentiments of my colleagues because I think all of us, when we were hearing this bill, we did not want like another war on drugs. And we have a lot of people with their intent of purchasing one type of substance and then finding out that there's fentanyl in it. And then they could be looking at some pretty tough charges. And I understand safety and the health are really important of our labs. But I'm also curious what your stance is in terms of what the safety and the welfare of somebody that might have inadvertently purchased fentanyl, and then also what their future looks like if we don't have the ability to be able to test qualitative. Did I say that right? Quantitative? Yes.
Kimberly Murga for the record. So right now we do offer qualitative testing for fentanyl. We can determine that it's fentanyl. We have a number of tests in the forensic laboratory, as well as a number of handheld devices, which was referred to in the previous discussion. They're called TrueNarc devices. We can put those devices on a mixture of a powder and determine what type of fentanyl it is. It has up to 60 different derivatives, if I'm not mistaken. David Goldthorpe can correct me if I'm wrong. So we have the ability to determine the presence of fentanyl and then take the appropriate safety measures to ensure that our officers and anybody analyzing is well protected. We're just talking about quantitative, and the amount is so low, that's a lethal dose, that may be why many of the other labs are not doing it in addition to the safety concerns.
So I understand what the labs can and can't measure, but per 35, does anybody recall what the amount was again? Anyway, it was a couple grams, right? And so if somebody buys a whole bunch of pills, which maybe they think is like MDMA or Coke, right? And that was their intent to buy that. As awful as it is, it wasn't their intent to buy fentanyl. But our law does not, it'll just get measured as 15 grams of fentanyl, not maybe, 10 grams of Coke and 5 grams of fentanyl. And so the criminal charges on 15 grams of fentanyl is pretty severe. And so my question is in terms of like somebody who had the intent to purchase another type of substance could be facing much stricter charges, and what the future of their life looks like. Because I think we also need to take that into account, their well-being and their safety. Yes, they made a bad decision, but does it need to completely destroy their lives for the next 30 years?
David Goldthorpe for the record. So I believe the statutory thresholds that came out of Senate Bill 35 were 28, 42, and 100 grams for trafficking. I think that's what it was. Typically, the ones that we see, the counterfeit M30 tablets that's common across the country, those weigh about 1/10 of a gram each. And so somebody that has, to get to low-level trafficking, if it's 28 grams, they need 280 tablets. It's a lot of tablets for just personal use. And so, as you know and as you've stated, our lab, we can do qualitative. We can say that that pill contained fentanyl. But my opinion is I don't know why anybody needs 280 tablets of suspected fentanyl. And so from a weight standpoint, 280 tablets is a lot. That's more than a personal use for possession. If we had to quantitate up to 28 grams, that would be about 14,000 tablets to get to that. And that's averages and taking into account other things. So it might be more or less, but it's about that many tablets.
Okay, I would like to get us back on track a little bit because, again, as mentioned before, this committee between both houses did spend a lot of time on this bill and all the different challenges and questions. What the concern here is that we're hearing different things from different entities when it comes. We just heard from the state with their anticipation of the ability to do this. And so now it sounds like you're saying that you will not be doing this. So I guess my question would be, have you even tried to attempt a plan? And I think that's what we would appreciate. If there was a plan, if moving forward you did need to do this, has there been that kind of plan put into place or discussed?
Kim Murga for the record. The plan, what we started to do is what we initially do with anything that's new. Anything that's new, we post on different forensic listservs. We contact other laboratories. We have lots of connections with other entities, is to find out what they're doing and how they were able to accomplish it. So when we found out that nobody else is doing it, we kind of hit a brick wall. And I will say, if the state is interested in bringing quantitative analysis of fentanyl and fentanyl derivatives online, I think that's a good place to start because they can handle, one of the beauties is building a laboratory ground up. They can probably create the proper ventilation requirements, everything that's needed. But again, they may be the first in the nation doing this. And so they're going to have to come up with a lot of those protocols and procedures on their own in order to ensure that they do it in a way that's safe.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any additional questions. So we will go ahead, and we're still in the same agenda item. So we're just moving from item A, we're going to move to item B. Thank you for your presentation and response to our questions. Next will be presentation on the cost, benefit, and impact of Senate Bill 35 by the Washoe County Sheriff's Office, Forensic Science Division. We have Steve Johnson from Forensic Science, who is the Forensic Science Division Director, and Brad Taylor, a supervising criminalist. So again, I will give you a few moments to get settled, and then whenever you're ready, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, and the committee for allowing us to present on this topic today. This is a very significant, as you heard from our colleagues down in Las Vegas, this is a very significant bill when it comes to forensic and forensic analysis. My name is Stephen Johnson, for the record, Steven Johnson, and with me I have our supervising criminalist over our chemistry units, Brad Taylor. Our laboratory, a little background on our laboratory, we provide forensic services for 13 of the 17 counties in Nevada and 1 county in Northern California. I would like to thank the Deputy Director for the acknowledgement of the work our team did in Esmeralda County yesterday. We do recognize that there are a few counties that are underserved in forensic services, and although we don't commonly enter into contracts with them, we will help out as needed. So I would like to thank her for that acknowledgement. For this presentation, we wanted to focus on the 3 main elements that were listed in the Senate bill, and that's the cost, benefit, and impact of quantification. I'm going to present these in reverse order because I think it's important to talk about impacts and benefits first before we get into the numbers. But before, just a few things to start. I'll pass the explanation of qualitative versus quantitative analysis over to Brad to discuss. I don't have that presentation.
My name's Brad Taylor, Bradtaylor. As mentioned, I'm the supervising criminalist of our chemistry section, which will involve or includes the controlled substance section, the drug analysis. So there was a brief statement from Vegas as well about qualitative and quantitative. That's obviously where this is starting, and we prepared a very simple description of those, as well as how they affect and why and what they represent. I think part of that was part of the lab's questions with SB 35 was the reasons why there's a desire to quantitate versus continue qualitative analysis, which is the industry standard. So qualitative analysis is tells you if there's a particular drug present. And as mentioned, qualitative analysis tells you how much of that drug is present. So qualitative is a yes or no answer to that question. Is there a controlled substance there? The quantitative is the percent answer to that question. What percentage of the controlled substance is in that sample? So it is how the qualitative is how the current laws in Nevada are written. All labs, as mentioned, forensically, the standard is qualitative analysis. And the reason we do that is because that's how the law is written. The law is written, it doesn't matter if there's a mixture of different drugs. There's a weight associated with the drugs that are found, and then what drugs are there. It's any mixture containing that substance. That's how the current laws are written. And then it's up to the courts to decide how that information is handled. The labs provide the IDs. The courts and the law provides how that gets used. For quantitative analysis, it's not currently how the drug laws in Nevada are written. So there's no reason for labs to have had this capacity or to be built in that kind of capacity. Qualitative analysis, it provides very little uncertainty in the testing, if any, and that's one of the major advantages to qualitative testing. The processes implemented provide almost no question that the drug is there. Quantitative analysis will introduce much more uncertainty to the testing process, and that's an understanding of how we prepare samples. It's a measurement now. There becomes an uncertainty associated with it. And that's something that would be introduced in the process if qualitative is needed. Or quantitative. Qualitative analysis, finally, is rapid. It can be accomplished with many analytical techniques and is flexible within the labs. We're built to be able to use multiple instruments to achieve the same goal, and that allows us to be flexible and quick in turnaround when we do analysis for that purpose. Quantitative analysis is much more cumbersome. It needs dedicated processes and personnel in the lab. It's more rigid. An example of both of those is if an instrument goes down in our current process, we have other instruments that can do that work to get an ID. Quantitative analysis is very specific to the instrument and the processes you're doing. And if that instrument goes down, you have to have a redundancy at minimum to continue work. You can't just move to another or pivot and continue to get work out to the courts as needed.
Steve Johnson again for the record. From our research, we too have not been able to find any other state that performs quantitative analysis to support possession or trafficking charges. One consideration before we jump into impacts or benefits, but one consideration the state would need to make is we would need to create new possession and trafficking weight thresholds if we go from a qualitative to a quantitative system. If the state doesn't change those thresholds, we run the risk of drastically increasing the amount of drugs that could be trafficked within the state of Nevada. Laboratories won't have the ability to quantify all controlled substances, so the state will need to consider how qualitative and quantitative analysis will be handled in the courts, and especially when you have a sample that has a mixture of two. And this was mentioned earlier with Professor Wagner's presentation, and I think it's a good point, is there's no quality control for illicit substances. And so currently an individual user, if they purchase an illicit substance, they know what they're being told they're purchasing and how much they're buying, the number of pills or the weight of that sample. In a system with quantitative analysis, they don't have the ability to confirm that amount. And so that currently doesn't exist for them. So this creates a situation where we have a risk to the user of buying a substance that contains more of what they thought was in there and then now being held to a trafficking level as opposed to a possession. With the benefits and impacts, I do want to preface this by stating my laboratory, myself, we weren't really provided with kind of the goal of this switch from a qualitative to a quantitative system. What's the problem statement? What are we really trying to accomplish here? And without that, we had to approach this idea of benefits and impacts to how it's currently being played, how our system currently works. And so from a forensic laboratory, there is no benefit to moving from a qualitative to a quantitative system. We would have to develop a number of different testing protocols and processes in order to validate and meet those statutory requirements, and those are labor intensive. The time to complete analysis per sample is estimated to increase by about 4 to 6 times. So it's going to take us longer to process the same sample. More sample or additional samples would be needed to analyze in order to support charges. An important piece in science is that we have known reference standards of material when we're doing this type of work. And currently there may not be a complete reference materials for all controlled substances out there. So again, this ties back to a evaluation that we would have some substances with a quantitative and some with a qualitative. Quantitative testing would significantly increase annual operating and personnel costs. It would also significantly increase the exposure to hazardous drugs for laboratory and evidence staff, as previously mentioned by our colleagues at Las Vegas Metro. All cases would need to be tested for court, which would increase the number of cases analyzed by our laboratory. And Brad can discuss our testing protocols in a little more detail if needed. But in a quantitative system, essentially law enforcement, the courts, the lab won't know what's there until a complete analysis is performed. The increase in testing time would significantly increase delays in turnaround and report writing, and then quantitative testing would significantly increase analyst time spent in court testifying. Again, that's removing our people from the lab doing the work and having them testify. There are some impacts to the court system and law enforcement agencies, and I would highly encourage input from these stakeholders, because although we do work with them, we are not experts in those areas. But one impact that would apply to both the courts and law enforcement agencies, there would be a delay in charging. As I mentioned, quantitative analysis would have to be performed before we would know, or full testing would have to be performed before we know what we're looking at in a quantitative system. Additionally, in the court system, if those exhibits are presented in court, the jurors, the judges, attorneys would be exposed to a hazardous substance. And then from the law enforcement side, there is going to be a significant increase to cost per sample. A lot of the agencies we work with, so we provide service for over 70 local, state, federal, and tribal agencies in our laboratory. And they pay for the services for the work conducted for their agencies. There would be a large increase in cost, and those costs would go on to those agencies as well. For a cost analysis, I do know there's conversations in the last legislative session around fentanyl and fentanyl derivatives. The Senate bill specifically says all controlled substances, so I tried to break this out into 3 different categories for this committee to look at. Our laboratory does not have safety equipment needed to even start the analysis. We are in the basement of our sheriff's office, and one of the essential pieces of equipment that we would need is a chemical fume hood, which requires ductwork to go through from the basement up into through the building. One would be needed for quanting fentanyl and fentanyl derivatives, 2 for more. There's additional safety equipment that would be needed as well. Instrumentation costs. If it's just quantifying fentanyl, we could possibly upgrade one of our instruments. If we were moving to derivatives or all controlled substances, we would need to purchase a new instrument that's just about $500,000 per instrument. I do want to emphasize some of the time to implement these processes, because just the validation on an instrument alone, doing normal casework, could take 12 to 16 months. And I think this is important because I know the Deputy Director for DPS talked about hopefully having a laboratory up and running within a few years. Depending on their approach through accreditation and meeting these types of standards, it could take longer if quantitative analysis is going to be conducted. And then we would need an increase in personnel resources. So right now we have 2 full-time equivalents to handle all the controlled substances for the northern and central part of the state. We would need to increase 1 to 6 analysts depending on the study and how this is conducted. Additionally, we would have ongoing costs for safety equipment, instrumentation, and personnel as listed in this table. I do want to note, so I do have listed here that we would need 4 to 6 additional analysts if we were to quantify all controlled substances. Our laboratory does not have the space to house 5 or 6 additional bodies. So there would be additional construction costs that we would need to expand into their last areas that we have available within our laboratory for both office space and sample prep space. Additional costs to our laboratory information management system would be needed. We are going through some of these additions right now, and those costs could be $200,000 or more. And then lastly, if quantification of fentanyl or fentanyl derivatives were required, a second LCMS would be needed. And this instrument is about $500,000. Before I open it up for questions, I do want to share that we have, through this study in preparation for this presentation, we've tried to look at all the different elements moving to a quantitative system. And I've had many conversations with my team, my sheriff, and my sheriff and I both share the same concerns as Las Vegas Metro when it comes to quantifying fentanyl and fentanyl derivatives. And we do not want quantification of fentanyl derivatives within our laboratory for those same reasons. The value and the risk to our people is great, and we value them and do not want to put them at any additional harm's way through this process. So with that, I will finish this presentation, and I'm open for questions.
Members, are there any questions?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Vice Chair Scheibel?
I put Metro's representatives on the spot from their laboratory, so I think it's only fair that I do the same to you, because I'm very frustrated that we didn't hear these concerns during session. We had many conversations about the quantitative and qualitative analysis of fentanyl, and in case it isn't clear, the reason that this committee is interested in that question, the question of can we determine how much of a substance is fentanyl versus other substances, is because we are concerned about people who do not intend to purchase fentanyl purchasing substances that have fentanyl in them. They believe they're purchasing a gram of cocaine. They believe they're purchasing 5 grams of methamphetamine. And what they're actually getting is 1/2 of 1 gram of fentanyl, or 1 gram of fentanyl, or whatever the case may be. That is our concern, and that is our interest. And so over a very long 120-day session, when we had multiple conversations about how can we differentiate between the person who is carrying on purpose 10 grams of fentanyl versus the person who is carrying on accident 9.5 grams of cocaine and 0.5 grams of fentanyl, we all asked, where is the science? Can this be done? How much would it cost? What would it look like? And we didn't have time to unpack that in the legislative session. So we put this interim study into SB 35. And now, in just a couple of months, the answer that we're getting is nope, can't be done, too dangerous, no benefits to doing this. It seems like this answer was already predetermined at the time that we were having the conversation on SB 35. So where was this all session when we were having this conversation?
Thank you, Vice Chair, for the question. And I do understand the frustration that you and this committee share. A lot of the questions that were directed to me specifically and my team was what would be needed to. Once the study came out, we started diving into how would this look? What are the additional considerations besides just equipment and instrumentation and personnel? And so when we started doing that evaluation, the safety concerns really popped up. We did know there were safety concerns in the beginning because we discussed the need for a chemical fume hood. But as we investigated more for this study and for this committee, we discovered that the risk that we are presenting to our analysts is far greater than we realized. And so I will apologize to this committee for not having that information available last legislative session. We were looking specifically at instrumentation and equipment and personnel costs that would be needed. The additional safety concerns came up as we continued to go down this path to prepare information for the study.
Thank you. And I appreciate that, because if there is new information, that is the point of putting the study into law. And I appreciate that you didn't have all of the answers at the time that we first asked. And that's why, it sounds like you're saying that it did take longer than 120 days to get to all of these factors. And so I appreciate that you've put in the work, and I appreciate you coming to us with the concerns that, weren't raised before because no one knew to raise them. And so I appreciate that. Thank you.
Our next question is from Assemblywoman LaRue Hatch.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for coming in to share these concerns. I do appreciate that Washoe has at least broken down for us the ways we can get there, the cost to get to this place. But my question is sort of twofold. We just heard from the state lab that they are planning on doing quantitative testing and that they are talking to Washoe and Las Vegas about getting those machines to you to do that. So First part of my question is, have you talked to them and coordinated with them? And the second part of my question is, the reason we put this study in is because we know this was part of the Colorado fentanyl bill, and that they are building or in the process of creating their crime lab to do quantitative testing. So have you looked into the Colorado model, and what is it that they are doing that they are able to do this and we are not?
Thank you for the question. So for the first part of the question, no, I have not been in contact with the Department of Public Safety regarding their laboratory. I'd be more than happy to go over any information that we could provide them for them to be successful. For the second part of the question, the question is asking, can something be done? So I am a scientist, and as a scientist, we are very objective. The short answer to that question is yes, this could be done. But we're looking at this from a management system and asking the question, should we be doing this with our analysts? And that was the presentation or the information that I provided at the end. I have not looked into the Colorado laboratory, and I'd be happy to do some research on that if needed for this committee, but I have not.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Assemblywoman. Members, any additional questions? Okay. All right, then with this, we will go ahead and close this item and move on to the next under this agenda item. It will be a presentation on quantitative analysis of fentanyl seized drugs by the City of Henderson Police Department Forensics Laboratory. And we have the Administrator of Criminalistics, Tanya, is it Heiner or Heener? Heiner. And then please introduce your partner, and then again, give you a few minutes to settle in. And when you're ready, please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chair and Committee. Thank you for inviting us here today. My name is Tanya Heiner. First name is Tanya. Last name Heiner, Hiner. I'm the Criminalistics Administrator for the Henderson Police Department Forensic Laboratory. With me today is Afton Martinez. She is our Senior Forensic Toxicologist over the sections of blood alcohol, toxicology, and seized drugs. So some of the topics that I want to cover today have already been covered by the previous two presentations, so I won't spend a lot of time on them. But I wanted to talk about the background safety concerns, costs, increased turnaround times and increased backlogs, testing limitations, and then the unknowns. So we've already had some pretty good definitions between qualitative and quantitative analysis, so I won't spend much time with that. Similar to the previous two presentations, we were not able to find any other lab in the United States performing quantitative analysis for criminal or legal use. We actually searched worldwide. We only found one project announcement that was out of a Kosovo lab, who are also seeking a worldwide project announcement, trying to find specialists so that they can also learn how to do quantitative analysis in their laboratory. Right now, that announcement says that they lack fundamental training in the quantitative analysis of drugs, and their goal is to also initiate this in their laboratory. So they were seeking worldwide help with that endeavor. So similar to the other two laboratories and other labs in the United States, we conduct qualitative analysis. We do that with a very small sample in a very controlled environment, which makes it safe to handle in the laboratory. Very, very small doses of fentanyl, as previously described, can be lethal, similar to what Las Vegas Metro described. As small as 6 to 7 granules of salt can be a lethal dosage. In the Henderson laboratory, According to Lexipol, dry fentanyl products are not likely to cause toxicity if handled under a hood with proper protection. The most concerning route of fentanyl exposure is inhalation of airborne powder or aerosolized fentanyl. In the Henderson Forensic Laboratory, we have received bricks of fentanyl, examination net weight of approximately 2.2 pounds. For quantitative analysis, that entire brick would need to be pulverized into a fine airborne powder. That 2.2 pounds, or approximately a kilogram, according to the DEA, can kill approximately 500,000 people. And that would need to be pulverized into our lab, mixed and homogenized to make that an even mixture for testing in a quantitative analysis. So similar to the other labs, that creates safety hazards for testing, cleanup, emergency response if needed. So if somebody goes down in the lab, who's going to go in if there's an accidental exposure in that lab in large quantities without putting themselves at risk? Repackaging, storage, disposal, transportation, and presentation in court. So some of the things that we looked into was personal protective equipment, building safety, storage safety, disposal safety, and transportation. So according to the National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health, areas that contain large quantities of fentanyl powder, they should have a self-contained breathing apparatus and a level A protection. So that includes a totally encapsulated chemical and vapor protective suit, self-contained breathing apparatus, and then multiple layers of personal protective equipment. So when we're talking about fentanyl in a fine particulate form, you have to do the 3 C's of safety, so containment, control, and capture. The Henderson laboratory right now is building a new laboratory, so this was a good opportunity for us to talk to our architects and our building, our construction managers about what it would take to create a building safe enough to perform this testing, especially with large quantities of fentanyl. And we were able to go through safety concern. We want to reduce dermal ingestion, inhalation, and ocular exposure of fentanyl powder to all staff, not just the ones performing the testing. Because there were no other laboratories performing this testing in the forensic science world, and our architect is a forensic science lab expert. We looked at other labs that do weaponized powders and kind of mirrored the development of this extra annex for testing off of that, because we wanted it completely independent from the laboratory to minimize exposure risk. We wanted all equipment, so mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and fire protection to be completely separate to avoid any kind of crossover utilities, cross-contamination to the staff. Negative pressure lab with an adjoining vestibule. So we actually went through and designed this, making sure that the walls were airtight. You have a clean room vestibule, so as you're exiting the lab after testing, it has a full air wash down to remove any fentanyl powder, residuals, air exchanges, returns low to the floor so that powder, when it falls, it is not then repeatedly in the air from walking. Sealed concrete floors. We basically wanted no texture or corners where fentanyl residue can hide. And then we kind of mapped out and designed this lab with proper ventilation, HEPA filters in addition to the hood for maximum safety. The total cost after we built this out and spec'd it out was approximately $26 million for the annex for fentanyl quantitation laboratory. So some of the questions that came up with the architect and our construction manager was the potential for ventilation from the lab of airborne fentanyl into neighborhoods. Our new laboratory is in a neighborhood with houses across the street. So would there be a need for any kind of assessment of a facility of this nature being in a residential neighborhood? We also have concerns because those laboratory spaces have to have vendors come in, repair personnel for instrumentation, and custodial concerns for them entering that space. Looking into guidance for protection for employee health and safety, workers' compensation for, injury or death of laboratory employees due to fentanyl exposure. So these are some of the questions that came up. And then similar to the other laboratories, safety concerns for repackaging this pulverized fentanyl powder, waste storage, disposal, even disposal of PPE such as gloves that may have residue on there, concerns with non-disposable laboratory products such as glassware that has to be reused, washed. Do we want fentanyl powder going into the water system as we wash our glassware? And other safety concerns for transportation in confined vehicles for disposal or court. So additional instrumentation needed for this testing would be the purchase of 2 LCMS Q-Trap or Q-TOFs instruments. Similar to what Washoe said, you have to have redundancy for testing in case one goes down. Each of those instruments range from about $500,000 to $800,000 per instrument. Each one of those instruments have to be validated for methods because there are no standards. We don't really know the cost and time for that. And then each one of those instruments also has about $46,000 of preventive maintenance per year per instrument. We would also need additional personnel, a minimum of 3 additional full-time employees. Right now, approximately 30 to 40% of all of our cases submitted to the laboratory for analysis do contain fentanyl. So that's a recurring cost of approximately $420,000 a year. Right now, the Henderson Forensic Laboratory, we have about 1.5 full-time employees that do seize drug analysis. Our average backlog in 2020 last year was 44 cases with about a 45-day turnaround time. The only section in our lab that does perform quantitative analysis is our toxicology section, and that's for performing quantitative analysis after a drug has already been digested. And that's 1 sample per case, 1 matrix, which is blood, and we test for 37 drugs. Last year, we had a backlog of 60 cases throughout the year, and that average turnaround time per that 1 sample with that 1 matrix and 37 drugs was 231 days. Proposed quantitative analysis of all seized drugs, where we have unlimited samples per case, unlimited matrices, and testing for upwards to 200 to 300 drugs. You're going to see backlogs that increase and are greater than that 231 days that we see in toxicology. So this chart kind of breaks it down that if you have a really small case, 1 sample, currently when we do qualitative analysis, that 1 sample, 1 test can take a couple of days. That same test doing quantitative analysis may be able to be completed in 2 to 3 weeks. If there's more than 1 drug in the exhibit, that could be a few months. And then if you have multiple exhibits in the case, right now that can take about a month, maybe a little longer. With quantitative analysis, that 1 case could take over a year to complete. So one of the testing limitations is matrix matching. So to conduct quantitative analysis, a standard of the drug in the same matrix needs to be utilized as a control to test against. In seized drugs, there are many matrix variations. So a tablet that you purchase from a pharmacy is formed when an active drug is embedded in inert material. So you can have a drug with acetaminophen or Tylenol. It's not the same when it's made in a clandestine production laboratory. They have no QC checks. So, and you can see drugs that are recovered in many different matrices. You have wax, pills, edibles, powders, biologicals. So in order to, especially with edibles, you have various different things that you would actually have to have that same recipe in order to matrix match, in order to that testing. And there's currently only relatively pure powders on the market right now through limited vendors in order to do those testing. So our projected financial impact, like I said, that separate annex for safety would be about $26 million. $1.1 million for instrumentation with an additional $100,000 annual preventative maintenance costs after 3 years, $500,000 for personnel and training on an annual, and then method of development and matrix matching. We don't know the cost of that because we don't have any standards to go off of. Increased personal protective equipment, we don't really know that cost, nor do we know the cost of any safety studies that may be necessary. So because we couldn't find any other laboratories conducting this, there are no standards, no protocol, no guidelines, and no training, and no one to assist us to answer these questions in our development. And as the previous two labs have talked about, there's unknown safety risk to our scientists, other laboratory personnel, evidence custodians, building maintenance, and possibly the surrounding neighborhood, and that risk is pretty great.
Thank you. We will open it up for questions. Our first question comes from Assemblyman Gray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the first question I have is, given that brick of fentanyl that you had in your presentation, couldn't and I'm going to be real simple here. I'm going to assume that there's an even distribution of fentanyl throughout that brick, which I would hypothesize that most distributors would want that, so their product's good. But wouldn't you be able to just take a very small portion of that and pulverize it and be able to extrapolate or interpolate the amount of fentanyl in that brick? And two, the Nevada National Guard with their SURF-P team, they've got a rolling lab. I don't think it costs anywhere near what that, what the lab you had described. They're capable of dealing with some of the most dangerous substances known to man. They don't test quantitatively, but so the equipment would be different. But I mean, have you guys talked with them at all, or maybe the CDC with them and their clean rooms that they deal with, with extremely dangerous things? Because that number seems awfully high for a room to do that kind of testing. I mean, like I said, I'm not a scientist, but this doesn't seem like it's new territory. With handling hazardous substances, just a new substance that's new.
Thank you for the question. So to address your first question, that brick, because similar to the M30 pills, you can have a bag of M30 pills, and according to in that same bag, according to the DEA, those pills each can range from 0.02 milligrams upward to 5.1 milligrams in the same batch. Those pills are made from those bricks. Those bricks are not homogenized. They're not the same quantity of fentanyl throughout that entire brick because they are made in a clandestine lab. So presumably because these pills are made from those bricks, one section of that brick can contain no fentanyl or very little, and another end a lot more. So that is why it needs to be pulverized and homogenized so that it's an even mixture in order to perform that testing to get an idea of what that entire brick contains of fentanyl. And to answer your second question, the plans that we had, it's not just a laboratory room, but that because we would need separate mechanical and electrical and plumbing and fire protection, it's actually a separate annex, so it does include restroom facilities and office, because we don't want those people that are working with large amounts of fentanyl powder also coming into the laboratory to do other work. They would have to be, it's a completely separate annex, so that may be why that price is so high. And to answer your second question also, we have not contacted these. These are just the numbers that we got from our architect and our construction manager going through all the safety protocol based on other labs that test weaponized powders.
Hello, Madam Chair.
Yes, please.
Yeah. So, I mean, honestly, it sounds like you guys are trying to reinvent the wheel. I mean, anthrax is weaponized into a highly, aerosolized powder as well. I mean, it's a new substance, but not a new process. I mean, you don't want those people leaving those labs. And I know that the SURF-P van that they use, their rolling lab, they're capable of dealing with it. So and I'm not trying to be flippant here, but you've told us exactly why we can't do this. Tell us how we can do this and be cost effective about it, because this is something that has to be addressed. I mean, we have to be able to do this. And the conversations that Chair Miller and I had and some of the other folks had at the end of last session, we were all pulling our hair out trying to figure out a way to craft laws dealing with quantities. I mean, we've got to be able to figure this out somehow so it's not biased. It's just it's not an impossible task, but we got to be able to figure out how to do it.
And I agree. It's just the small laboratory, especially Henderson, we do not have the capability currently, nor will we in our new facility, to perform this testing. So the state laboratory that was previously on the agenda, that may be an option if they are able to develop quantitative analysis in their laboratory. That may be something similar to what I think that they mentioned that the state of Colorado was doing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblyman. Our next question is from Assemblywoman LaRue Hatch.
Thank you, Chair. My question is about the qualitative versus the quantitative. During session, we were told the only barrier to the quantitative was those testing machines and that it was otherwise a similar process. And we are learning that apparently it is not. So my question is, how is the qualitative testing done? Are you not having to pulverize? Are you not having to test the entire brick or the entire bag? Why is it that we have to do this huge process for quantitative but not for qualitative?
Thank you for the question. For qualitative analysis, we do not have to pulverize that brick. We can take a very small core sample and test it, maybe one or two. It does not have to be pulverized. It's then put into a vial and then put on the instrument to test because it's determining the presence of fentanyl. And that can be throughout that brick. But when we're talking about qualitative analysis and the various different amounts that can be distributed in that brick is why it needs to be pulverized. You can't just take one small sample because it's going to be different throughout the entire brick. So right now we can just take a very small sample underneath the hood, test it qualitatively to determine the presence of fentanyl.
Chair, may I have a brief follow-up?
Yes, please.
So I guess I just need a little more explanation of why is it with qualitative we can assume that there is certain things throughout the brick. If we're just taking one sample and we miss the fentanyl section, but it's in another section of the brick, why is that okay? But in quantitative we have to pulverize the entire thing to make sure that we've gotten the whole substance tested.
After Martinez, AFTONMARTINEZ. We have to, for qualitative, we just take a sample and put it on the instrument. For quantitative, because we are trying to figure out the percentage of that brick or the concentration of that brick, it has to be homogenized so that we know we're getting an accurate quantitation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next question is from Vice Chair Scheibel.
Thank you. I'm not going to ask the same question I asked the other labs because I think we've exhausted that. But I want to ask, so your crime lab, you get a sample from an officer on the street who impounds a baggie of a white substance that they have probably done a field. Let me ask first, have they done a field test on it before they send it to the lab for testing?
Tanya Heiner, yes, we do field testing. It's not a requirement that every sample be field tested before it's sent to the laboratory. And when it's sent to the laboratory, we do not necessarily know the results of that field test because we try to remain non-biased and we test things initially from the start.
Okay, so when you test them initially from the start, what is the first thing that you test for?
Tanya Heiner, a small sample is taken. It is put into a vial with liquid. It is put onto sometimes they can do field testing, equivalent of field testing in the laboratory. So they can do a color test. Because we do two-phase testing, so we typically will do a color test or a microscopical test depending on what the substance looks like. And then a small sample is taken, put into basically a vial. It's put onto the GCMS and run, and then that gives you a spectra, and that spectra shows what drugs or what elements are in that sample.
So it shows the clear positive, negative, presence, absence of how many different substances?
It doesn't necessarily give you a clear yes, no. It gives you a spectra, and then the scientists analyze that spectra to determine what that equals to as far as what substance is. And in the Henderson laboratory, we currently test between 200 and 300 different substances.
And so then when that scientist is producing a report for law enforcement or a court or the prosecutor's office, their report would come back with having analyzed the spectra, this sample contained these 3 substances, or it was positive for fentanyl. What is the next step in that process?
It's a report that explains that this sample was positive for this and what the overall net weight was.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any additional questions on this, so I will go ahead and this concludes your portion of the agenda item, and we will go ahead and close the agenda item. So thank you for that. With that, our next agenda item looks like it's public comment. So just to remind everyone that's either here in Carson City, here in Las Vegas, or up in Carson City or on the line, that we will open it up for public comment. The ways to dial in are on the agenda, but quickly, the phone number again is 1-888-475-4499. When prompted, please enter the meeting ID 858-3178-4833, and then press pound. Again, we ask you to keep your comments limited to 2 minutes. Is there anyone here in Las Vegas that would like to approach and make public comment? Not seeing anyone? Is there anyone in Carson City that would like to make public comment?
Thank you, Chair Miller. Tanya Brown, TONJA-BROWN, Advocates for the Inmates and the Innocent. As many of you know, I've been advocating for years to get a law created to establish a petition for factual innocence posthumously so that the families whose loved ones were wrongfully convicted can be given the opportunity to exonerate their loved ones posthumously. Mr. Mark Betancourt, who is with the Nevada Coalition Against the Death Penalty, provided you his written public comment. We ask that you consider this. We do not want to see any innocent person executed, which now brings me to asking for your consideration and recommendations to establish a petition for factual innocence posthumously. With the newest technology in forensic genetic genealogy is being used by law enforcement agencies throughout the country, including the Carson City Sheriff's Office. On March 17th, 2015, the human remains were discovered, buried in a shallow grave, and through partnering with the DNA DOE project, the Carson City Sheriff's Office developed a DNA profile from the remains and were able to perform genetic genealogy. The human remains were identified as Joyce A. Rogers. On September 20th, 2020, a human skull was found. With the assistance of the Carson City Sheriff's Office Search and Rescue Unit, the remains were sent to the Washoe County Medical Examiner's Office. A DNA profile was done on the remains, and there were no DNA matches from the law enforcement database. The Carson City Sheriff's Office partnered with Intermountain Forensics in Salt Lake City to develop and extend the DNA profile. It was obtained. It was uploaded to GED Match and Family Tree DNA databases. And when this was done, the human remains were identified as Ronald V. Hendricks, who disappeared 28 years ago. The family was able to have closure. And again, in 2018, the rest of Joseph James D'Angelo, infamously known as the Golden State Killer, was identified through genetic genealogy, and it put that on the map. It is a new technology. We ask you, this committee, for consideration regarding forensic DNA testing in order to posthumously exonerate those who've passed away, along with that evidence that was never made it at trial. And we'd ask that perhaps you can contact and reach out to the Carson City Sheriff's Office, because I believe they would be instrumental in explaining how forensic genealogy testing can benefit in solving crimes in posthumously and even currently. And we ask that a presentation be made by them, if that is possible.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can you wrap it up, Ms. Brown?
Yeah, just one other thing. As an advocate and somebody whose family member was wrongfully convicted, I can tell you that on September 20th, 2023, the Nevada Pardons Board had a discussion to hear posthumous pardons, and they all agreed to hear posthumous pardons. There was the exception to hear factual innocence posthumous pardons because they lack the funding. The legislature is the only remedy to allow this to happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Is there anyone else there in Carson City that would like to make public comment? Is that a hand going up? Yes, please approach, sir. I took off my glasses too soon.
My name is Brian Lang, B-R-Y-A-N-L-A-N-G. Chair Miller, Vice Chair Scheibel, and members of the Nevada Judiciary Committee, thank you for considering the discussions today about psychedelics. I have a couple comments about safety and the trade-offs involved. First, let us be clear, it is the duty of law enforcement to enforce the laws, and psilocybin is currently a Schedule I drug deemed illegal in all states. In prior testimony today, it was reported that in 2023, 75,000 grams of psilocybin were seized by law enforcement, and that's 165 pounds. An average person using psilocybin for personal use would be in possession of 1 to 4 grams of psilocybin mushrooms. Assuming an upper limit of 4 grams, that's 18,750 uses. At a very conservative 5% usage level, that's the equivalent of about 2 nights of psilocybin mushroom use at the Electronic Daisy Carnival in Las Vegas. That's a very, very, very small amount of total use. If I recall correctly, in previous testimony around SB 242, it was reported that most Nevada arrests around psilocybin involved people trafficking in multiple illegal drugs, of which psilocybin mushrooms was just another one of their illegal product offerings. For the existing or the new case management system in Las Vegas, it would be exceptionally useful to query how much of the psilocybin seizures related to individual possession versus drug trafficking, and specifically multi-drug trafficking. Over the course of testimony around SB 242, you've heard passionate stories from citizens, veterans, and law enforcement staff regarding the mental health benefits they have received through the use of psilocybin. Unless they traveled overseas, as John Dalton and over 1,700 veterans have done when their own country has failed to treat them, these passionate stories arise from illegal use. The issue that faces our lawmakers: what are the risks and rewards of any decriminalization measures? Do the benefits presented outweigh the concerns presented? On a national level, 150 people in the U.S. die daily from fentanyl overdose. A comprehensive literature review has attributed 1 confirmed death from psilocybin overdose ever, a woman who had had a heart transplant 10 years prior, and 3 other suspected deaths ever. In testimony by Professor Hines today, he presented a rate of people taking drugs who sought emergency medical attention. Psilocybin mushrooms was reported as 0.4% over 11,000 respondents. As stated in the 2021 psilocybin policy review panel in Denver.
Mr. Lang?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, we're a little over time. Can you just wrap it up with a final statement?
We have all these uses. I'll happily submit this as for the record later. With the cost of fentanyl overdoses, for the cost of all of the issues we have, please consider contrasting the prospects of decriminalization with respect to overall public health benefit. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And yes, please submit the comments so that we'll have all of them. Is there anyone else there in Carson City that would like to make public comment? Okay, not seeing anyone. Ooh, is someone coming? Okay, so we're going to move to broadcasting then.
If you would like to participate in public comment, please press *9 now to take your place in the queue.
Good afternoon. My name is Lisa Lee, and I'm a doctoral candidate in public health, a person in long-term recovery, and a harm reduction specialist and researcher. Having listened to the testimony today, it was great to hear Dr. Wagner talk about community drug checking as a public health strategy to combat the overdose crisis. Also, hearing the presenters today concerned about fentanyl exposure was interesting given the many small harm reduction programs across the world that are conducting quantitative drug checking with no issues. There are several individuals that I would like to call attention to for possible assistance, technical assistance on this issue. One is Dr. Tracy Green. She has been doing community drug checking for quite some time on the East Coast. The other one is Yara Estrada. She works with the New York City Department of Health and Mental Hygiene, and she conducts quantitative drug checking at On Point NYC, which is a overdose prevention center, the first in the U.S. The other one is, as Dr. Wagner pointed out, UNC faculty, Dr. Nav Dasgupta. So these folks are they are specialists in the field. They are subject matter experts that could provide guidance. I also wanted to call attention to the presenters, which were providing misinformation and urban mythology that has been widely circulated by law enforcement and is not based in scientific evidence. I would urge this committee to review the joint statement from the American College of Medical Toxicology and the American Academy of Clinical Toxicology about fentanyl exposure. Thank you for your time and your continued efforts on Senate Bill 35 and why so many of us in public health and harm reduction lobbied against this regressive bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next caller.
Anne Marie Grant, for the record. My brother Thomas Purdy was 38 years old when he was hogtied by Reno police during a mental health crisis when he asked for help. He was then dumped at the Washoe County Jail, still hogtied and asphyxiated by multiple deputies and not provided any medical attention afterwards. I would like to ask that you support a petition for factual innocence posthumously. I would also like to see major discussion on oversight of the county jails. In 2023, the legislature passed laws that affected NDOC, such as you could not do away with in-person visits and also maintaining actual physical mail. Well, the Washoe County Jail does exactly the opposite of that, and there are no in-person visits. There is no actual physical mail being delivered there. That's the least of the problems at that jail. I'd like you all to go to Reno Cop Watch on Facebook, and there is a post of a man named Robert Ramirez, who was a whistleblower during his 1-year incarceration at the county jail. If you look at his booking photo, and then you look at his booking photo 1 year later at NDOC, that man is emaciated and starved. His eyes are sunken in. I mean, it's actually made me physically sick to see it and to know that they're still abusing people at the jail who are yet to be convicted of a crime, simply awaiting their day in court. Also, it doesn't seem the sheriff of Washoe County is following his duties under the NRS to report jail deaths within 48 hours to the county commissioners. I put in a records request for all of those 48-hour reports because there have been multiple deaths at the jail still. And those county commissioners told me they don't have any. So please have discussion about oversight of the county jails, and please use at least a minimum of 4 of your bills to get oversight of the county jails, because people are dying there, and I don't want other families like mine to continue to know this heartache. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Chair, you have no more callers at this time.
Okay, then I will go ahead and close public comment. We have one brief final comment from Assemblyman Gray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, I wanted to bring this up earlier when we were talking about future topics, and I know we're going to be speaking about human trafficking. As we're developing that topic, one thing I would like to suggest is that we look at going after the demand. Let's look at actually classifying Johns that are illegally taking part in this activity, classifying them as Tier 1 sex offenders.
Okay, thank you for that. And again, I just want to remind everyone that during that item, I had asked that you email either Vice Chair Scheibel or myself. That way we, at least I won't forget it. So with that, and again, that continues for any members that have any thoughts, because of course you will think of stuff that comes up even after we leave. And as stated before, there's some things we're mandated to look into in studies and reports we have to have, but again, it's really about a time allotment for within our 6 meetings. Which brings me back to our next thing, which again, our next meeting is scheduled for February 23rd. Nellis says 10 o'clock a.m. that it will start. It most likely will not start at 10 a.m. So be prepared to start at least 9 a.m. now, but we'll make sure that we publish that start date, that adjusted start date as soon as well in advance of that so everyone can plan. So thank you for that comment, Assemblyman Gray. And with that, I just want to thank staff and members and the public and presenters and everyone who participated for making this a fantastic first day of Judiciary Joint Committee on Interim. No, this was an Interim Joint Committee on Judiciary. Thank you, everyone. This meeting is adjourned.